think you've got what it takes. The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
Good afternoon, ladies and gents. Prynhondar. Welcome everyone to Welsh Masters. I'm ReaperSteve, and I'm joined by the one and only Edu. How are you doing, Edu?
I'm doing pretty good. Happy to be here. Happy to be watching some Counter-Strike yet again for EsportsWales.
Yeah, it's going to be a good day, mate. We got a lot of different teams that are out there in the mix. We can see, obviously, our first game, which is lined up for us, is going to be Big Jesus versus Cardiff Pirates. Some good names in both teams, actually, from previous Esports Wales productions that we've done, either with Team Tan, Team Yao, or actually stepping into things like Welsh Esports League and now Welsh Masters as well. So some familiar faces, most definitely, across the board. And yeah, I mean, it's going to be a good day of CS. That's the way I've been looking at it all week. I've been sat in my job going, Saturday is the day I can watch CS for the rest of the afternoon. Everything's going to be chill. Everything is going to be fine, and I can kind of relax a little bit and just enjoy my weekend. And I'm glad I get to enjoy it with you, mate.
Yeah, and I'm happy to be here as well. Especially, it's Saturday morning. Back when we were kids, it was Saturday morning cartoons. Now it's Saturday morning gameplay, which I would think is a little bit of an upgrade for us. But
Definitely.
obviously, moving forward, I think we're going to be on the map of Vertigo here with a lot to be looking forward to with these two teams now competing. And honestly, Vertigo, you said that you had bad luck with it. I want to hear a little bit more about that.
I me and Jammer is my normal deal partner, and yeah, we've had some interesting games on Vertigo where we go to OT4, OT5, and it just drags out for hours and hours. Fortunately, I think for the majority of the Esports Wales broadcast that we've done where we've covered Vertigo for them, we haven't. It tends to be in like these sort of bigger games, like we did the William Hill Cup and a few other kind of European tournaments. And as soon as we get to Vertigo, we both kind of just sit there and our DMs going, do you want to tell production or should I tell production? Like, this is our nightmare map kind of scenario. But to be honest with you, I'm very much looking forward to it regardless. It's slowly become one of my personal favorite maps within CS. It's such a unique map in the way that it's played by different teams and how they kind of interact with each other across the entirety of both sites. Lots of little small playability parts that can be tweaked here and there as well, also as we step through into different games. But I think the heading into the knife round, I'm not sure if we're going to have knife round for you on screen, but normally at this point, me and Jammer do what we call knife check, which is essentially we just get the observer to go around and look at all the different knives that are in there.
I'm looking at a karambit, a talon
Yeah,
knife,
I see a talon there.
a couple bayonets. It's a little bit of everything.
Yeah, exactly. No shadow dice. Ultimately disappointing, to be honest with you.
No plugs for today, but wow.
No.
Dang, speaking of plugs, they just plunged those knives straight in. Counter-terrorists took that pretty handedly.
They did indeed, mate. And just for viewers at home, because obviously I can appreciate you guys can't see what we see from our side of things as far as the hub and the team setup. That will be Cardiff Pirates on CSGO. On CT side, it's going to be a good day already, Edu, I can tell you that. And we have Big Cheeses on T side. So that is the setup as we are moving forward into the first round. That will be knife round over and done with, and we step into pistol and let's start these things. Let's start this off on a good note, I think, from both teams. I'm looking forward to seeing what this push is going to materialize into towards the B side. The bomb is kind of floating in between two, and it's not really making any kind of headway towards anything just yet. But this big push up A ramp could spell some trouble here for the A site holders.
Yeah, definitely might be able to make it tough for them, but what a shot right away. Reds actually are opening it up. Kaiser Sauce is going to make his brain cage absolutely saucing up the board here, but we got 2 remaining. It's Biggie and Tanner needing to now make some ways back onto B side. They will be able to plant the bomb if they could just get past Cat. Cat's doing a decent job holding it down, but they get the retake underway, and Red cleaning up the house. Tanner's able to pick off one, but not able to pick off anything else. And that pistol round is really going to end with only 1 person from CTs going down.
Yeah, Cat did a good job there. I mean, okay, there's not a massive amount of kills on the board, right? There's 1 kill there from holding that B site off or trying to help get the push for the retake to start to materialize. But it's not about the kills in that round for Cat. For me, it's about the damage that's been dealt out. You know, there's a lot of heavy damage that's dealt across multiple players that are, you know, left remaining from Big Cheese side, kind of stacked up onto the site. That kind of then allowed the Cardiff Pirates a little bit of, you know, leeway to get that side control back. Red and Cat just decimating the entirety of A ramp there, and that'll be a very quick run indeed for the Pirates.
Wow.
Some weapons bought in that round as well from T side. That's going to have a bit of a stifling impact on economy going forward.
Yeah, they're not going to be too happy, though, that they've kind of invested a lot relative to how much they had into that ramp push. And when it gets gunned down like that, definitely not a great feeling. But this is a Tech 9 rush. So if you're going to be rushing with this kind of pistol, I want to see those run and gun one taps that the Tech 9 really brings to the table here. But they have to get past Kaiser Sauce, who has been very clean at just gunning down anybody in their way. Of course, it is a fat push out here, and there it is. The run and gun actually takes out Kaiser. Good for 1, but not good for 2. These guys are going to be able to grab a gun, but it's a death trap. You pick that up, you're going to get dropped as well. And Trousy taking out another, but they're just still going straight for it. And it looks like the bomb is going to drop as well, as everybody's getting gunned down. But the last player standing, Brandon, just has to make this work, and unfortunately can't even do that.
Yeah, Cyrus is such a good player under pressure like that. You stick him in a position where he's getting pushed from multiple angles. You know, he's got the threat of mid, he's got the threat of someone wrapping around from B site, and he handles it with you know, good composure. Ultimately, he does a fair amount of damage to help his teammates get those mid kills locked in place, and he's even able to take a bit of time to switch himself around and take out our final player there, Brandon from Big Cheeses. I'm waiting to see what happens here from Big Cheeses, because there's going to be a moment, I feel, where the stars are going to align, you know. Everything is going to fall into place, and they can start making a bit more sideways momentum into this, into, you know, either one of the sides. But at the moment, because of how well spread they're playing, they're leaving quite a lot of angles open for Cardiff Pirates to kind of rotate into them, and to really lock in positions. I mean, that smoke's perfect for holding players off guard. You then get the mid push that comes through. Red is there standing by for it already, takes Brandon down, and all of a sudden, Big Cheese has collapsed into 1. You know, they don't seem to have that much spread ability to get themselves across the site controls that you'd expect.
Yeah, and that's kind of what you don't want to expect here, especially this is the buy round coming around here. They got rifles in hand. They finally picking up some AKs, but I think the only thing they're picking up is bullets in their brain, as Kaiser Sauce is able to get a double, but there's Cage with the double as well. Finally ending with Trousy doing a clean spray down. But, you know, that was a big investment round. That was the round where they're supposed to turn the tides here. Obviously, it's the first half, but already down 4 rounds, and the economy not looking too hot. I gotta hand it to them. They've managed to really not come up big here. Although their name is Big Cheesers, I want to see what kind of cheese they can bring to us, and it looks like Mac 10 cheese might be able to do it. So a mac and cheese might be the strat that they need to maybe rush on a B.
It's that good pick again under pressure from Zyrex, stopping that B push from initially getting through the site. There's a replant of the smoke. Buys a little bit of time to get extra players into site control to try and help themselves out here. Kaiser Sauce in a good position to delay plant if he can swing out for it. That flashbang delays his opportunity of doing so, but him and Cat make short work of the site, and that's it, over and done with as far as round 4 is concerned. I think, again, it's just, there's that speed and momentum, the violence of action coming in from Cardiff Pirates. They're very quick on the retake. They're very happy to just swing into site control take out anything that's there and just kind of clean up any of the additional, the additional post plant positions that you kind of expect players to be in. But in that scenario there, for example, you see Big Cheeses get the bomb plant, but there's no one in a pre post plant position, right? There's no one there to give that extra bit of cover, that extra bit of time in to, ward off a risky risky CT play even, and it pays in dividends for Cardiff Pirates at the moment.
Yeah, and it's definitely paying off here. Talking about Vertigo, it's just you're always at the bottom when you're on the T side, and you have to push in through these choke points like ramp and stairs. But players like Xerx doing such a clean job, just making sure that no one really gets that space. But there it is. The first space is opening it up with a nice clean pick from Trowsy, and they're now trying to get in, but the bomb is down, and Stairs is just getting gunned down. Luckily, Evnaranu going straight in for it. Kaiser needs to hold this down, but only can do the headshot damage, not finishing him off. It's going to be Warbringer from the side, and it's down to a 1v1. Keegan versus Brandon.
Oh, gets caught out on the rotate there. Keegan's in a very good position to cover that bomb, and he's just waiting for anything that comes and pops up. The minute that you see Brandon take that player down from mid side, it's all over as far as Keegan's concerned. He's got a very good position to lock in that 6th round in place. Again, we fall back into this awkward position from Big Cheeses where they're going to have to invest deeply into this round, and unless they can convert it, we're going to see a very kind of struggle second part of this first half, where they're constantly in eco, they're constantly in pistol rounds, and yeah, Cardiff Pirates can really ramp up the pressure. I mean, you've got 3 players on Cardiff Pirates that are able to buy in totality for at least 2 rounds for the rest of their teammates, so this is going to be awkward, to say the least. Tanner there takes that awkward swing peek, gets Keegan taken out. Kaiser Source will actually cause Tanner to fall in the end, but just all up in the air as far as mid control. Oof, that is nice from Biggie.
Biggie needed that. Or, their team is a little bit back here, but Red holding it down, will be able to spot it out and get the spray control to take out Cage. But with the nade coming around, that's just going to be an easy rotate onto him. And that's exactly what counter-terrorists need. They need this. Cardiff Pirates have been able to just constantly take these players a little bit back here. And obviously, being 7-0 with an 87% win chance already in the side of the CTs, I'm a little bit stressed for them. There's a lot of not only statistics against them, but as you kind of were pointing out here, they're in a back and forth constantly of ecoing and forcing up, and it looks like that's finally merged into one round with Deagles in one hand, AKs in the other, in a ramp push of the ages to try to get past them.
Good damage there by Cage, taking down Trozy. That first hit for 6 more or less, and others there also to chime back in. Red, big swing, takes on 1 and 2 straight after. Tanner and Narano gets taken out. Biggie will actually finish him off in the end, but Brandon's trying to swing himself into site control. They'll get this bomb plant not for free. They've lost quite a lot of numbers to push into the site itself, but Xyrix is usually cool, calm, and collective under pressure, so this should be an interesting retake. Gets the first pick, looking for that second. He'll secure it with relative ease and gets that defuse put in place. I mean, we mentioned about the win percentage side of things. Obviously, Vertigo is one of those sort of maps which is very much open for discussion as far as if it's CT or T-sided. I think Cardiff Pirates are kind of giving us the answer here, realistically.
Absolutely. And, if we want to delve deeper into why it seems to be so heavily counter-terrorist sided, I mean, you start at the bottom of the map, you start on the ground here, and you have to manage to work your way all the way up. And when you have to push through all these choke points, nades do a ton of damage, you're facing downhill, you're easier targets, the headshot angles are always there, and things just happen like this. They push right in, and it's a massacre always with the sprays and flashbang, and there's nothing you can do but sit in the blender and let yourself get turned into a friggin' smoothie. This is what the counter-terrorists do, and the same thing could be said over on that B site as well. The fact that the stairwell is the exact same position. Yes, once you get onto the site, you have that post plant, but the retake is arguably easier because there is none of that. They just get a straight flat land to get right onto the site again. So counter-terrorists here very much benefited from the way this map has been designed, and Cardiff Pirates are able to loot them all the way through this. And I just want to see, can we see a single round get actually taken here by these attackers?
I do see good things coming up from Big Cheese as well. Also, I think we have a little bit of kind of moments of greatness that come through. You get those double peaks, you get those initial quick picks like that right there. Brandon taking down Zyrex. Such a nice way. He also swings out and gets Kaiser as well straight after. This is the B site open essentially. Keegan on the backside, however, will pick up one, and the bomb is known to be towards B side, and this is now where you start to see this ramp up of aggression from CT. Travis there with the ult. Whiffs on the first shot.
Whip on one, but you can't whip on the second. You have to somehow re-peak this little time. It's now just a 1v2. Trowsy, hopefully, being able to now use that op to retake and counter-strike op. Dangerous weapon in the hands of this player, and that is going to be the third time's the charm to take him down. But he's got to find a different gun. He's going to have to make his way back onto B, but I think he's just going for this. Of course, Tanner does have quite a bit of util to try to force this player back once his bomb eventually goes down. That flash out, a nice swing could do it, and you know where the bomb's planted, spots him out and gets the pick. Wow, Trowsy absolutely putting on the big trousers today, the big boy pants, and clutching it up for his team yet again, and that's double digits versus 0.
Yeah, that's a big maneuver there from Trowsy. When you're in that sort of position as an OPA, you have two options, right? You either go big or you go home, and Trowsy goes big in a very specific way. He sections off the entirety of B side. He knows he has a player on his right-hand side, but bomb control isn't there. He starts to rotate himself backwards after getting that initial pick. It's been too long as far as he's concerned for that player to still be in position to push into B. But then he starts to hear that movement, swings himself back around, gets himself in a good position to take on that last player, and that's all she wrote as far as that round's concerned.
Wow, but
these good entries again from Cage, but gets taken out immediately by Trowsy, who seems to be fully awakened with the ult now.
Yeah, definitely has turned on something in the brain that says, I'm going to hit these flick shots. And that's what you really want to be seeing with an op in hand, but I'm loving so far, as you pointed out, the aggression that is coming out from T's early. It dies down the second they actually touch the site, and that allows these counter-terrorists to really push back on. But if they can keep up what they do for those early picks and keep that kind of momentum, they might be able to actually take a round here. But now they're slowly walking their way around towards B, needing to hit this stairwell. But Zerx has been anchoring this down pretty well, getting that info. But I love this boost spot, being able to now poke your head up like a little groundhog, instead getting shut back down for the winner. And these guys are sending them all the way back here. And already the T's are now just getting flanked upon flanked, and the big push-up is all about who's going to hold it. And Tanner grabs one, Nanaru grabs another. And it's just up to these two to clutch this up. But 2v2, they might have enough time to rotate.
30 seconds left on the clock is definitely doable, but they need to come up against no resistance as far as site's concerned. They have to be able to get in without any kind of bone of contention to stop this from happening. And there is the bone of contention. Zyrex has edged himself right way through in towards a very good position to actually stop that plant from happening, especially with Trowsy there to lend some sort of information as far as the AWP's concerned. Oh, Trowsy. That's it. He's won the round for them. With that one shot onto Tanner, that's it.
Yeah, you said that they could not have any resistance, but unfortunately an op shoots the biggest resistance out at a time, and Trowsy's just coming up huge here. 12-3 right now. Best KD on the board, ready to just keep that going for their team. And obviously KD doesn't mean too much in Counter-Strike, but you could definitely tell that, you know, there is a lot of resistance coming out here from the counter-terrorists, and they're putting the counter in the name. I just need to see, can these Pirates keep it up, or is these cheesers just going to get cheesed out every time they try to push something like ramp?
There's definitely something in the water in Cardiff, at least anyway, and I'm assuming it's probably rum, because the way that these guys are playing is just like kill frenzy drunkenness, you know, just going for everything and anything. You got super aggressions coming up from Red and Keegan there on towards a ramp, and it's just stopping any kind of aggression or any kind of movement from Big Cheeses from really having any adaptability to push themselves in towards the side. And you mix in these rotations that are happening, these flanks that are coming through from players like Keegan, players like Red, and it's such a thorn in the side of Big Cheeses. They're very much struggling to contend with it. 12-0 is the scoreline as we head into round 13, however, and yeah, I mean, this is just all Pirates at the moment.
Yeah, you know, I almost forgot that it was a 1st to 16 here, but it seems like that's just around the corner. These rounds are ending so quick, and unfortunately, Cheezers is just not being able to connect anything. But the nade connecting into them, as long as Kaiser is able to hold that down, taking out yet another one early. But there's Trowsy with the op, making sure that this mid location is absolutely shut down. And here's Keegan, always good for the flank. This time it's not getting watched by Tanner. And Drowsy, incredibly aggressive play with the op here, but the aggro is going to get punished, and it's just down to these players. Tanner now down, Kaiser going for it and gets the double and the op back in their hands.
I have nothing else to add into that round. I mean, it's just been written out for us before we even step into the tournament today. Cardiff Pirates are on something completely different at the moment, and it's very often that I'll say this, and it doesn't ever come to fruition. But we should have had at least 2 timeouts by now from Big Cheeses, maybe 3-4 rounds ago, just to kind of break this momentum up from Pirates and give themselves a bit more of a chance to answer back as far as how Pirates have been building on that momentum. Red, however, happy to allow the rounds to continue going forward, and you'll keep putting rounds in foreheads as things materialize in front of it.
Yeah, you got to put the round in the forehead, put the round on the scoreboard, and that's what's working for them. And look at that, Trowsy comes up big yet again, double kill down. This time it's Red here to really hold this down. But honestly, I know what it's like to be on a team that's absolutely dominating. If you are one of those players like Zerix, who has yet to really have that many B pushes, they want the kills, you know. Sometimes you want to pad your KD, but they're like, they never go here. And it's really just, if that's the main concern, is that there's no one to push you, you're definitely having a good time. Now 14-0, we're about to see a 15-0 half if this momentum's true. But finally, they push into Zerx. He's gonna be able to pick up his 8th kill, and Red is making them see Red as Trowsy with the flick right over the leg and the headshot as his Biggie to try to clutch this up. The only thing they got is a Galil and hope to try to make this work, but the bomb is down and they can't really do too much unless they just inch their way through. But they're giving away their position with those wallbang shots with the Galil.
Trowsy's just in a perfect position there to pick up the first. You know, that man needs a new chair, a wider chair for definitely, because that man's got some big cojones to be re-peeking on that angle. Managed to secure the headshot onto the second, and it's just, you know, yes, he's going to get caught off there, but does it really matter? No, he's gone for the big play. He gets the 2 frags that he needs to get. You know, he knows this round is more or less secured because of the way that the flanks have come through from the rest of his teammates. They have somewhat of a good sectioned off as far as bomb control is concerned. Yeah, Biggie's got no choice but to make a bit of noise. Keegan causes a distraction for Kaiser to swing out, and that is done and dusted as far as first half is concerned.
Yeah, and if it's any stipulation what we saw from Pistol Round, obviously, you know, it was a CT-sided map, but just because it's CT-sided does not mean that you can't win at least one. So what we're seeing here, Cardiff Pirates just robbing these players, boarding the boat and making them walk the plank at the same time. They're doing a clean job pushing them off, and unfortunately, what we need to see from the Big Cheezers is something come up big here this Pistol Round, or this best of 1 is going to end in less than 1 minute and 50. So anything can really happen, but I love the aggression here from Big Cheezers, putting all the eggs into that A basket, wanting to try to fight it. But if the bomb goes B, this is a very hard retake that they're going to have to do with not too much info.
You have to see something big here from Big Cheezes. Like, it's got to be massive just to really work out for the rotation to come through. Narrow will pick up one onto Red, but we have quite a lot of shots down to Keegan, and Keegan's happy for you to keep whipping as long as it gives him more time to get you killed. Brandon will pick up one. Tanner takes the short way down and exits the map in a very quick fashion there. Retake coming through from the CTs. They will actually convert it in the end, and they do put one on the board. Cage and Brandon sharing the lion's share of the kills in that first round.
Honestly, I think Tanner played well there. Became an actual flashbang. No one expected that. They were too busy looking at the kill feed than looking at the enemies, and it was a shortcut back to spawn. This is just a big brain play that no one's been able to connect the dots with yet. And obviously now we're seeing a different kind of buy coming out here from the CTs. Is that a Negev?
That is yes, yeah. I mean, okay, look at it like this, all right? I said this on Twitter earlier on. I'm very much looking forward to CS and the memes that come from it. This is just one of those memes, and depending on where that Negev's put, could be quite dangerous there, especially for retakes coming through. Kaiser Source and Trowsy, however, make short work with the B-site holders. Brandon's having to make big steps to get himself back in towards site. Cage will convert one. It's the only one so far that they've gotten against Pirates so far, and I'm very eager to see what happens with this Negev when it starts spraying. There comes the first. He's converted immediately by Zyrex, and Red will finish things off in quick fashion with the Deke.
At least they got one, but Kaiser 52% headshot percentage to really just seal the deal there. Everybody was here. Obviously, Trowsy came up big with the op, but you have to get at least one round. They got at least one round. They didn't get 16-0'd. I would be surprised if at this stage, at this tier of Counter-Strike, you do get shut down pretty hard here. But unfortunately, that is what we're going to be watching for that best of one taken down already. And I gotta ask, if you're on the side of Big Cheesers, how do you take that? You got treated like Swiss cheese with how those bullets were going through you, and now there's not a whole lot of options since that best of one's done.
I think we've all been there, right? Like, we've all played the game of CS and gone, do you know what? That was an absolute battering, and it's not the nicest way to get beaten in that sense, right? Like, it's a very harsh reality as you kick things off, especially when it's the first game of the day. What I want to be seeing though from Big Cheese is dig deep, right? Come into the next one, come out swinging, come out fighting. Bring on the next games and see what happens from there. I know we're on single limb, but at the same time, we do have more games coming up over the next couple of months with EsportsWales. But don't take it too much to heart, so to speak, and come out swinging on the next one. I think we're going to be setting up for a small break here, Edu, just while we get ready for the next game to come through. We shouldn't be too much long, to be honest with you. We're actually getting back on schedule somewhat. Start at 1 o'clock. I think we started our first game maybe about 35 minutes ago, so we're kind of getting back into schedule.
Yeah, we're moving decently, trying to, and with how fast that game went, they definitely bought us some time indeed. So hopefully we can get that next game going. But of course, we are going to cut to a little bit of breaks. So stick around. We have even more Counter-Strike to watch, and maybe even more rounds than that last game. Well, hopefully.
Touch wood.
think you've got what it takes. The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
Hello, ladies and gents. We're back. Sorry, I was in the middle of a stretch there as we get counted down by production. I was like, I need to finish my stretch off first, but fine. Hello, everyone. We're back. Apologies for that. Edu, I had to listen to me try to stretch there, basically, and not click my back at the same time, so I don't have to sit awkwardly for the rest of this game. But we're into the next game, Edu, and we've got Artists versus Pirates this time round. So we're going to see more pirate action, but hopefully the Artists can paint them into a circle.
Yeah, hopefully. Maybe
Oh,
they.
that was terrible.
It was an attempt, but one thing that matters is beauty is in the eye of the beholder. All right, it's about the artist who gets to choose whether or not to make a pretty picture. But let's find out. Art's subjective, but this is going to be an objective-based game. They got bombs on B and A, and you're going to have to make it work because we're on Overpass today. And if you're going to be on Overpass, you can't pass up the opportunity to try to shut the Pirates down because they're on a high right now off of that 15 or 16-1. So anything's really possible here. And as you were stretching, I need to see these guys stretch their legs if you're on the team of Artists because you have to run a marathon to catch up to how far ahead these guys have put themselves.
Oh, 100%. And I think this is the perfect map to really, to really be a deal breaker for Cardiff Pirates, right? Overpass is one of those maps that does favor a good team setup as far as how you play your T side. CT side, not so much. You're very, very well set in positions. You're very well set in the way that you can hold A, hold B. You've got your two setup as far as A side's control. A side hold is concerned. You either push a player out towards mid, you push a player out towards long A, and you just kind of sit and wait. Or, you've got your B side control where you have three stacked up on to B and you just sit and chill. T side, on the other hand, you've got to have a little bit more flair and a little bit more kind of chemistry with your team. Making sure those pushes go through at the right time, making sure you got your flashes set up correctly, your smoke set up correctly to help you with those all important swings to get into good positions to get ready for post plant as well as getting the bomb into sight. So this is where the pedal meets the metal, so to speak, as far as both teams are concerned into Overpass. Either one, I'm looking forward to it. I think it's going to be interesting to see if players can keep the momentum up. Artists, by the way, I should probably mention this because I've got the matches that were set up from the previous game. Played against Pit Ponies and won 16-5 against Pit Ponies. So this is as I said, this is where the pedal meets the metal, so to speak.
Yeah, and I've worked with the Pit Ponies in the past before. They've been absolutely clean with it. So the fact that the artists were able to take that definitely sets the bar pretty high for myself because I watched the Pit Ponies when they competed in the Mystery Cup and they kind of mowed through some of the best teams in EU. And maybe they change up the roster here, but no matter what's going to happen, I need to see how they're going to be able to now not be able to push forward. And now we have the artists who pretty much stripped the title from them, but we're getting right into this game. 5, 4, 3, 2 knife round is we need to figure out who's got the best knife and who has the best use of that knife they need to find a side. They have to be able to get this on their way, but it looks like the whole value of that side on the terrorists looks like it might be a little bit more expensive here. So I'm already rooting for them.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the players that are within this artist team, I mean, you've got YTP, very good player. Jack Mack, very good player as well. Also, Nivram's another very good player from within like the CS scene in general. So this should be an interesting setup. They are on T side, Pirates on CT once again there, as we saw from the previous. At the minute, it's just all Pirates again, essentially, into that knife round.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean,
okay.
they know how to swing their cutlasses around. They are cutting these players up, and that's what you want to be seeing from the Pirates. But they are choosing to be back on CT. They know how to defend a site, and if they're going to be locking that in, the pistol round's going to have to demonstrate that they know what they're on about. But looking at the artist right here, and I don't really know. Where do you think is the best round placement to go? Do you want to go B? Do you want to go A on pistol? Where do you like to be?
I mean, this is where it gets a bit more tricky, right? Because we've seen quite an aggressive CT side coming out from Pirates in Vertigo. Overpass doesn't favor an aggressive CT side, but for a T side perspective, you kind of want them to be aggressive. You want them to kind of push themselves out of position a little bit so you can catch players off guard. If it were me, this is the setup that I'd be going with. It's kind of a half around the world strat. You push through into tunnels itself. It gives you options to go A, it gives you options to go B. It gives you a lot of ground recovered, a lot of ground gained without having too much of a risk involved in it, especially those early rounds where you're not going to have a CT waiting downstairs for you. And this is why they can take mid with relative ease. You do have Trousers on the van there, just outside the bank, and that's a bit of information gained already. We've seen the player's head pop. He now starts to call the ball, and we do see a lot of CTs rotating through into sight, but they're rotating into waiting Glocks, and this is very good so far coming in from the artists.
Yeah, artists are definitely painting the walls red with the blood of the enemies, and now it's just Trousy, who we know has been pretty popping off here, but something's different. These days are not going, and the knife is actually coming out. Luckily, the teammate is going to get killed by himself, and wow, B player about to get a knife kill, instead gets shot in the back of the head by his own teammate. And still, though, a huge advantage with that 1500 extra, and that's what we need to be seeing early. Already, the artists have done better than the previous team of the Cheesers.
There's that moment for Trousy where you can almost hear him in the back going, uh-oh, they're a little bit close to me here. What am I going to do? And he's tapped way too many rounds, trying to get that initial pick through at the top side of bank. And yeah, you immediately turn around and there's a player behind you with a knife out. You run out, there's a player in front of you with a knife out. It's going to end one of two ways. He's just fortunate, as you mentioned, that there's a TK into the mix. I like this though coming in for the second round. There's no real big purchases from the Pirates. They've stuck with USPs for the better part of it. Keegan does have a P250 to kind of swing things a little bit in the favor of himself, but there's not a lot of investment into this. So any kills gained is good money gained essentially for the Pirates.
Yeah, that's kind of the goal. You want to try to gain as much momentum back after losing that pistol kind of harshly, but Jack Mac absolutely decimating 1-1-1-1-1. But here we got one person key gonna hold it down. Will P251, but Kaiser's down again, and it's just up to Trousy. Hopefully he doesn't get knifed this time.
I think he's going to be very wary of anyone coming near him in life. I mean, the Zeus kind of tells you that, right? Let me just hold this angle here and pray that no one comes anywhere near me with a knife out. If they do, I'll hit him with the old zapper, and at least I'll get one out of the bag. I don't think this is... I mean, there's nothing really in it for him to go for a retake. Okay, he doesn't have any armor. Yes, the only thing he's invested into it is a Zeus, but there's no need for him to really push into this and lose a little bit of cash that he spent into it. You can kind of just sit pretty and wait and see if you can catch a player off guard as they push to get away from the bomb. YTP is the closest player at the moment, but there's a couple of walls separating the two of them. Nothing's really going to happen, and Trousy finishes a round in a relatively cool and calm, collective manner.
And that's what you want to be doing. You're going to have to try to hold that down, and it looks like what we're seeing from the artists is taking it slow while still being able to be incredibly aggressive. They haven't really needed to stretch their legs out too much, because it seems like every time they get into that 1v1 or 1v2, they win those out, and they always are good for getting those trades. So it seems that we're just seeing the Pirates really get pushed back here, and I don't know if their ship is sinking quite yet, because this is the buy round and anything's real possible. But I eat buns, might just have to eat some bullets here, and he is Trousy getting the first blood of the round.
So much utility damage laid out as well by artists. I mean, Red and Kaiser coming off the worst, the worst on those two Molotovs that popped up through in towards the mid side, and you can see those rotations already starting to happen to get themselves away from danger. Although we do have Red kind of in an off angle. He's looking down towards water to see if he can see anything. He knows he's got a cover man behind him. That's in the form of Kaiser. Kaiser's good for that initial pick down to Nivram, and at the minute, everyone is all over the shop as far as T-side is concerned. You know, you've got artists quite spread thinly across the map, but they'll make it work nonetheless. Libra will take down Keegan, but that player's position is now known. Trowsy will send some spectative shots to try and get something to land through that smoke, but nothing happens with it, and everything goes quiet for a few more seconds. Bomb starts to make its way up towards a site, but it's a site that's fairly well held. I mean, we mentioned this before in last map. Zyrex is good under pressure as a player. He does have Trowsy behind him as well with an AK, so this could work out quite nicely in their favor, depending on how the flashbang pops. Trowsy will pick up the initial 2 frags. That's B player and J-Mac taken down. Pete will grab him, but Zyrex is good for it, and we get the first run of the board for Pirates.
Yeah, Pirates needed that round, but they did a damn good job at taking it, and that's what you need to see here. They managed to be able to pick that back up, but looking at their KDs, it's Trowsy, the only one really coming up large, and now the money's lacking for the side of the artist. They, you know, just like a standard artist, not being able to pay for the overhead very well, instead gonna have to paint with whatever kind of materials you got, and if the canvas is overpass, you don't want to pass up the opportunity to try to get an early pick by being very aggressive with the Tech 9 here, and it looks like it is going to be a pretty quick rush through sewer to hit that B point. Maybe hit that one MP9, and they are going to be able to gun him down. Keegan now gone, and it's red to try to make them see red here, as it's a pretty tough round so far for these terrorists to really burst out, but a slight pick advantage is all you need to start it off. Yeah,
indeed. I mean, that MP9 is in such a good position to really farm that extra bit of cash that you benefit from getting it, but it's just caught completely off guard by the face of 2 Tech 9s that are waiting for him on the other side of that doorway. What's interesting here to kind of point out is that Pirates have basically pulled back away from that position, allowed the artists quite a lot of room to maneuver through into water to get these positions early to push into sight. Kaiser and Red will share some of the damage there that's laid out onto both players, but Kaiser's the last man stand at the minute. Zyrex is there to perform some extra support, and Trowsy, quick on the flash, gets himself into the perfect position to take down YTP.
Yeah, in perfect position, you know, exactly how you describe it. It's kind of where you want to be at the same time. These guys are popping off here, and obviously the Pirates has managed to bring this back. This is a much tougher game that they have come to realize than what they have just done on Vertigo. So with that in mind, I think we're going to have to see their playstyle change, because previously on that map, it was incredibly aggressive, but this time they're not going to be able to bring that same kind of heat.
Oh.
Wall bangs, nades, everything's doing damage, and might be able to get traded off, but no, Pirates, they have come back into their own here, and they might have to play a sea shanty if they want to take this back.
Keegan's so lucky to get away with that there as well. Both players, terrible positioning, get caught off guard from each essentially at that point, and it's just the battle of who can land the most hits. Keegan comes out on top, loses half his HP in favor of it, but he's actually got a very good position now to try and help his teammates hold off on towards B side. But it depends on where this bomb is going to go, because it can still go either direction. We've got a minute left on the clock. It looks like we're going to get some boost play coming through here. Red is standing by, ready to receive players. Oh, he looks away at the wrong moment there, I feel.
Oh, yeah, you feel it, you see it, and the pain is coming. That is unfortunate, but speaking of timing, Keegan beautifully timed himself to be right behind him, as doesn't even matter. That is a massacre by the sandbags, and already another round. And they bought an op for that as well, if I remember. So that was a big investment to get taken down.
It's nice to see players like Keegan and Red do what they're doing. Keegan is constantly on an angle, constantly looking for a flank, constantly looking to take some sort of territorial control away from the artists in this match. Same as he was against Big Cheeses in Vertigo. You know, he's just repeating the same thing that he was doing before, essentially just kind of choking them out of space. And Red is also doing the same on occasions. I mean, this, it's not a wide flank as such, but it's good enough to really catch players off guard. And Kaiser and Red just swinging through and slapping foreheads, putting all that damage out. Tries to feel his USB. We'll finish him off. And yeah, I mean, that's a pistol run coming in from the artist. Not a huge amount of money generated off the back of it. 2 picks do go out. That's in the form of Red and Zyrex, but it's not enough to write home about. You want to get at least 3 players in those eco rounds like that, right? You know, to really make the most money that you can out of it and the most financial impact onto the CT side of things. What you definitely don't want to do is knife a teammate in the back.
Yeah, you don't want to knife a teammate in the back, but they might be able to if they can. You know, we've seen 1 TK already, and
Yeah.
they seem to like doing more damage to their own team than they do the enemies right now. But obviously, it's pretty early in the round, and now we're seeing the first blood get spilled. Trousie, he's got that op, and we know what Trousie with an op can do. So let's see if that op can drop some more, as these players are going to be still trying to push B, but without the bomb, it seems this default's going underway.
I'm humming because the slowdown plays from T side. It feels like they're trying to push Pirates into making early aggressions to try and recover ground that's been lost. I mean, Keegan being the rotate player, him getting taken out that quickly into this round doesn't allow a lot of room to maneuver as far as Pirates are concerned to recover that space unless you pull another player away from, you know, close positions. Red being that player that I referenced to earlier on. Oh, he does get caught in the time in there. He won't be able to land too much damage out, but it's not going to make much of a difference. His fellow teammates are able to secure the round in the end for them, and Pirates put number 5 on the board.
Yeah, they are going to be able to take number 5 on the board here, being able to just win these rounds. But now we're on round 8. Round 8, I can see this is where you really don't want to lose that momentum, because if you lose round 8, it is the halfway mark of the first half. It's like the quarter here going on, and you don't want to lose on the quarter, especially down by 4, because that means that your momentum will not be able to build up, and that's why, you know, analytically, that's why the game thinks there's an 87% chance that this team absolutely takes this game, especially since how it's been starting off here. So looking at these buys, looking at how they can do it, the match has to be called in a little bit of a match pause here. So, you know, timeout is here. What do you think you need to be telling your team if you're on the side of the artist?
I mean, from me, from the artist, you know, they've not done a whole lot wrong. They've been caught quite, unfortunately, on flanks. They've been caught quite a lot on timings as well. You know, I think they've been doing a lot of things correct, but it's just the way that the game, you know, it's the way that the dice fall afterwards, right? Like, you roll the dice, you see where they fall, and unfortunately, you know, Pirates have seemingly come out on top quite a fair amount of times in that happening. But I think from me, artist wise, you know, get a couple of eco rounds under your belt. Okay, you're 5-2 at the minute, right? Yes, you're pushing Pirates into the position of winning the first half there already, but at the same time, you know, get those couple of pistol rounds under your belt, start building up that cash economy. You know, take the last couple of rounds out of Pirates' hand, give yourself a fighting chance as you go into CT side. We saw what happened in Vertigo with Pirates. You know, we saw what they're like when they're on a run. If they start building that momentum up very quickly, there's no stopping them. They're a train. They just continue to push forward. So, from an artist perspective, okay, allow them to get the next 2, get that eco out of your system, get a bit of extra cash in the bank. You know, stop making unnecessarily dangerous plays, and just really make your money work for you. Put those AKs into positions where they can really do the damage that we see them do. You know, I think that'll be a very good kind of like stepping stone to push forward into that second half for them as well. But same can be said for Pirates. You know, they have made a few super plays here and there, but they've managed to recover it with good team play, good, you know, kind of retake mentality. Even though the bomb hasn't been planted, they're still pushing those retakes in when they know that aggression's happening on the site. So it's a very much like a 78-22% at the top, but 50-50 in the mind.
Yeah.
Oh, Red.
Wow.
Okay.
Okay, 96% now. But ooh, there it is. That's gonna be another and another. And that's slowly shifting them back in. They're still now armed with some weapons, but Jack Max taking even more damage down, and they have to get past Krause. And that op is dangerous. And that's the bomb now down. 4 HP remaining on the last player standing. And this T is going to have to realize that the kill is all over. And there it is. Trying to swing this player is not a great option. And unfortunately, if you're going to get a swing going, a swing will return, and a bat out of hell is going to hit you in the back of the head.
he's too fast for that AWP, right? I mean, like it's just too much of a quick play, a quick reaction. You know, you swing onto that doorway, you're going to get killed. You just watched it happen to a player 2 seconds prior. You know, if you have utility, use it. If you have time, use it. You know, there's a good 50, 55, 56 seconds left on the clock at that point. Take your time. Give Trowsy all the chance to make that mistake of looking away for a couple of seconds, then make your move. It's just too eager too quickly to fall to your own demise.
Absolutely, you don't, and you don't want to be eager to lose because that doesn't make you feel good. It doesn't make you play good. But what we're seeing is that this team is now split back up. They got weapons. They're picking up an op, and if I see an op on the T side, then that means they think that they can outmaneuver this player Trowsy, and that's exactly what they're gonna do with YTP. Absolutely pooping on this guy and ready for even more. But they have to inch their way through here if they can do their best. But Libra, that op in hand, trying their best to really work it around. I'm surprised they got that initial pick, but they decided to still take it passive, and I guess it worked out in the end, waiting for Kaiser to push up and get gunned down yet again.
This is where that aggression play coming from players can really bite them in the ass. I mean, the minute they get a frag, they go quiet, pushes players out to kind of seek and destroy in a mode gets enabled, so to speak, and they start swinging for players and they start going for damage. Keegan, however, has just played that A site beautifully. He's allowed all the momentum to come from the artist and kind of punish them for making that momentum play. It's a reverse of a reverse, you know? Artist does the same to them. Keegan does the same to them. Red will fall though to YTP, who's in a very good position to block off the retake here coming through. Won't be able to get down Zyrex, but still, 2v1. Depends on how this AK plays. 9 rounds left in the mag as well. He's going to need to reload at some point. He'll get that pick. There's 2 rounds left in the chamber.
He's just going for it. Does he notice?
Go for it. Yeah, I mean, I would
he has
say...
to notice.
Yeah,
Wait,
2 seconds.
He
There's
can
no
just
time.
stick it. Just stick it.
Good time. Oh.
Well,
Zyrex, you madman. Just
2 bullets. I mean, you kind of no time to reload, but at times
No,
like
yeah.
5-second defuse. That's kind of crazy.
Yeah, sticking the defuse like that, that's big brain. You know what I mean? That's wrinkly brain mode there coming in from Zyrex. He knows that the AWP is going to have to pull back a little bit to give himself a bit of space to be able to get that engagement working in his favor. And yeah, the timing just works out quite nicely for him. Yes, he does drop in the end, but it's the round on the board that matters the most. You mentioned this in the last map. You know, the kills don't mean nothing if you haven't got enough points on the board, right? That's what we're here for ultimately. 7-2 being the scoreline, a bit of tap damage there coming in from Nivram through that wall, but not enough to get anything really to write home about, and Red's able to punish him on the backside of it. Trowsy is awakened still with that AWP again, and he's popped off on mid and rotated immediately back into sight to get himself away from danger.
Yeah, popping off early. We're seeing 2 players now down and a lot of damage being dealt to YTP. 50 HP on the board here. And yes, Libra does have 1 weapon, but it's the weapon in YTP's hand that really comes up big. Unfortunately, it's only going to come up once for this round. Red now down, but 2v4. And this is round 10. There's not a whole lot of rounds left in this half, and they have to make it work. But the economy, they're forcing up. We're kind of seeing the same motion that we saw in that first game here by the side of Big Cheese. They're just constantly going economy to nothing, economy to nothing. So is it going to be enough as Jack has to make this work with Trowsy with that op? That's 1. And spots the other. Misses the shot. Re-peeks the op, and the ego peek is going to pay off beautifully.
Trowsy's filthy with the AWP. Absolutely filthy with it, and he knows it as well, and it's causing so much chaos in between the backlines of the artist that he's able to just continuously dominate off the back of mistake. You know, that right there is a perfect example of why you don't continue to push that AWP once you know that he's in position to, you know, just swing and take pot shots at you. You know, AWP v AWP fight there at mid favors a very cool, calm, and collected player, and it doesn't really come into fruition from artists. And Trowsy's more than happy to continue adding kills to his already ever-growing number on this CT side.
An ever-growing number, but the Tech-9 taking out Trowsy from the side as well. This is the picks that they need now, taking Trowsy down, grabbing an op in the hand. B player seems to be on the back burner here as he's now down, and Zerx is getting the picks, but bomb will get planted over by the Dice, and here it is. How you can push right out. CT on that killing spree, looking for more, and gets the triple in total. Beautiful round by them. They needed it, they got it, and they need to do it again. But I'm looking at this round. Those CTs, they still got enough money to buy with no real concern.
Yeah, plenty of cash in the bank balance. And this is kind of going back to what I was saying earlier on. You can't allow Pirates to build that momentum up, because if they start building momentum, they start building cash up, it doesn't matter them losing, you know, 1 or 2 rounds towards the end of the first half. They've already won the half, you know, we're 8-3. Doesn't matter what happens now as far as artists are concerned. You know, yes, they can chuck another couple of rounds on the board for themselves, but realistically speaking, after this half finishes, you're going in on a much more positive note, knowing that you've only got a few short rounds between you and victory and putting yourself into the grand finals.
And that grand finals is going to be against Popsy Ping, but talking about the Pops, it's going to be B player popping off, taking out Trowsy, and that is the first blood down. This is now a round that T's are looking favorably in. They need to keep this kind of momentum moving on, but there's no real guarantee if they can't get Keegan. But Keegan seems to be walking right into them instead, not taking a lot of damage, but now it's the sprays, and unfortunately, it can't be the double kill for Nivram. And if Nivram's down, they're going to have to now T-side ram themselves back on a B and take advantage of the slightly low player Red here. But I'm looking at what's going on in the bathroom. Are you going to be able to find the guy on your left? And you are. YTB now down, no chance for a triple, and this has to be a rotation, if anything, to rush the B.
Yeah, you can already hear the call come up from Red. They're pushing right now. That Molotov will buy a bit of time. That gives Kaiser enough of an opportunity to take down one from the backside. That's Libra taken through. Red falls in the end onto site, but it's the time that he's given his teammates, essentially, at this point. Zyrex and Kaiser can afford to just continue to take out and go for little bits of tap damage here and there. Zyrex, however, finishes the round off quite nicely, puts 9 on the board for the Pirates, and yeah, I mean, it feels like they're definitely flying the flag now.
Yeah, they're definitely putting those skull and crossbones on the board here. 9-3, 2 rounds till the half really just gets cemented. So I love what we're seeing here from the CTs. They were able to take a round that was a semi-buy with, you know, not the best rifles, 2 FAMASs, and still come out with 2 AKs on their side as well. So an upgrade is an upgrade, but full AKs on the board. The one-tap potential is coming up big here for the side of these Ts, and just need to know if they're going to be good enough to really take the cake going forward. But so far, I'm loving what we're seeing from the counter-terrorists, just as we saw them in the first game. Not doing as hot, but it's hard to replicate a 16-1.
Barely touching each other there. Inside the base side, Kaiser is the man to see the... Oh, sorry. I'm in the middle of talking there, and Kaiser goes, let me just tap another one too smoke for you, mate. You might as well have that to enjoy as well also. Yeah, touching each other through the smoke, and nothing really happens as far as the T side is concerned. And yeah, it's just Kaiser swings up, takes down 3, gets that good bit of advantage for his team, puts 10 on the board, and we're into the dying stage of the first half, and it's pretty much going word for word as I said earlier on. You allow Pirates that little bit of extra time to build the momentum up, and they'll gladly take it off you. Continue to push that aggressive play style that we've seen from them in Vertigo through. Keegan there, again, it's as I'm talking about it, it's happening, Edu. It's almost like I know what I'm doing. It's crazy. Using that aggressive gameplay, aggressive play style, I should say. Swing down, take that initial pick. Yes, he comes off the worst in the 2, in terms of HP left to remain, but he's already got enough information for his teammates. He's given that bit of info. Okay, there's only 1 pushing down lower. That means they're either split towards A or they're going to be split towards B, but that's going to get outside, not internal gameplay. So let's start putting players into good positions to really take advantage of that. Red is in such a nice position here for the players pushing through tunnel. They'll only be able to see his feet ever so slightly. You have good eyes all the way down into it. I mean, look at this perspective from his side, right?
Yeah, you know, they might be able to get some nice sprays, and they do have the weapon advantage if it is going to be B player pushing first. But Libra's op, that might not be as crucial as it is, but it's from above, will get spotted out, and unfortunately not getting the spray, getting too aggressive. Jack Mac capitalizes, and now it's Keegan, 8 HP, trying to make it work, and will watch Trowsy get the pick from Heaven. taking one down, and Keegan's still running and going straight through it. Spots out one, holds the angle, but cannot hold it very well. Slips through his hands. Libra's down, and Kaiser has to clutch it, but it's Trowsy from the side on that double kill down, and that is yet another round done. But last round of the first half, and we have an op back in the hands of Trowsy versus what seems to be a mac and cheese, mac rush with whatever other guns you can pop off.
It's a scramble by, basically, isn't it? You know, there's not really a lot there for Artis to really build off. Two AKs, two Gleals, a Mac 10. You know, they bought heavily into that last round. You know, reliant on it coming up as W for them, but it didn't at the end. You know, the money was just not there for them in this round. Trowsy taking down YTP. That's one AK already out of the fight as well. Also, he's lining up for a second action here. Oh, gets a Galil, gets an AK. He's looking for more, doesn't get it in the end, and it's the crunch factor of mid, and everything's happening as far as Pirates are concerned to put them in a good position to win this last round of the first half.
Yeah, and they're winning it. Let's see it. It's B player. One bullet in the op. We'll switch over to this weapon. Hopefully, yeah, there's the reload. But I need to find out if they're going to be able to be the little detective that they need to be to find out where are the last ones. And unfortunately, that's the half down. 12-3 right away. We are seeing the Pirates are just dominating. I mean, what was that? 8 rounds in a row? Yeah, 8 rounds in a row. And then they lost one. Then they said, okay, fool me once. Won another 3 rounds. So it's just dangerous, and I don't know if you're going to be able to really keep up with that on the side of the T's, or on the side of now this team here. So I don't know, what would you really do if you're in this position, because the mental's got to be crushing after watching that first game, now back to back into this one.
Again, it's all about the setups, right? And they're super reliant on how this T side are going to really, you know, play this second half. How are they going to push into the site? Are they going to push aggressive, like we're seeing from them already? You know, you're very reliant on how your T players are going to, you know, gonna really perform. Ivram's good for the first kill. Does get tapped, however, in the background. He's still cracking on there from up high, however, and gets another one for his good measure. Flashbang through it in towards the site. That will allow a little bit of a peek to come through, but nothing too dangerous at least.
Oh, what a shot double! Oh. Okay.
The stars align there, don't they? That's the minute that flashbang goes out. 3 players are swinging down to peak. They can't catch themselves in time, and it's just crunch, crunch, crunch all the way through.
Yeah, they are absolutely chewing on the bones of these poor deceased players, and now that the crunch is happening, we're going to see crunch time here as you are down 10 rounds. These guys have to pick up the pace because the Pirates are absolutely walking them down here, but obviously Pirates wants to end this off. They need to get into the next best of 3 because it's only a best of 1 right now, and they are desperate to get straight into that final. Red opening it up, grabbing one, Kiki grabbing another, looking for more, grabbing him, and the spray with the Galil is going to take another one today. On the side, Jack Mac is going to try their best, but long range Mac 10 and cheese is going to be cheesing it up and getting a double down. This is now 2 rounds away from GG, and finally we might be able to see some buys here though that the CTs can use to try to swing it back in their favor.
What's going to be super interesting though is how we step into the grand finals. I mean, PopTPing are the team that either one of these two could be potentially going up against. I mean, at the moment, obviously, it's heavily favoured in the respective Pirates going up against PopTPing, but things can change. We've seen stranger things happen on Overpass before, but you've got a team that they're going to be going up against the likes of Shubi, you know, Wally, Zulu, Kian. There's a lot of very, very heavy set players within that team as far as KD ratios are concerned. So it's going to be interesting to see how either team really build up against that momentum. But at the minute, it's all Pirates, and you know, we're in for the long run as far as keeping an eye on Pirates throughout the entirety of this day.
Yeah. I really do think that Pirates is going to be taking it. We have yet to see how PopTPing actually plays, but if it's anything like Pirates, we're in for a very intriguing game. Libra, though, managing to grab one, has to drop in, will make a little bit of noise, and they are kind of getting red here. Smoking off the bomb, going for that defuse, but no kit, no chance. Buy a diffuser, you seem to be a loser, and that is match point advantage over to the T side.
I should probably explain in advance of this as well. PopTPing. So there's a common misconception that Poppy Ping is microwave in Welsh, because microwaves pop and ping, right, whenever they're finished, but it's actually not. It's microdon is the Welsh word for microwave. I figured I'd give you that little bit of an insight before we step into the grand final, as you do.
Perfect. Surprisingly, I had no idea that Popty Ping was even considered a Welsh word.
It is. It's considered mainly by people not from Wales as Welsh words, and not native Welsh speakers.
I just thought that was what toddlers call like that one like little tyke lawnmower that has the little pops. You know what I'm talking about?
Absolutely no idea.
Well, there's this toy that you give to kids. It's stimulating. It's like a little vacuum cleaner lawnmower thing, and you push it, and on the bottom, the wheels knock these like balls in a dome around, and it makes like a lot of popping
yes,
sounds.
yeah, I know what you're on about now.
That's
Okay,
what I
yeah.
would think a Popty Ping would be. You know, but yeah.
I mean, I'll be real with you. I've seen some. I mean, you must have seen it in Val as well. I've seen some very strange CS:GO team names and named after the weirdest of things. That would genuinely bite the biscuit as far as the weirdest team name. But oh god. 15-3, sorry, we got we got way off subject there for a couple of seconds, but it's allowed in fairness, you know.
It's allowed in fairness because I mean I feel like the counter terrorists have lost the subject here, down 12 rounds and going in with an MP9 heaven. You know that subject has been lost.
Oh,
looks like YTP is gonna grab it. That right to the kneecaps, but the spray YTP comes up massive, grabbing those, leaving only Kaiser remaining. But it's a 1v1. Kaiser's got weapon advantage, life advantage, but only 15 seconds on the clock. Gonna have to start making some noise here, planting that bomb, baiting out these players to really swing you.
Not enough time for either now, and both players know it. Yeah.
Dang.
That, though, in fairness, for Artis, is a very, very good plan. Just, he has no time regardless, right? Like, you've got to really keep an eye on the clock at that point. 16 seconds left on the clock when that final kill goes down. He recovers bomb with 10 seconds. At that point, it's enough. But you give it 2 seconds after for him to rotate around the side of that pillar, it's not enough time, basically. Like, they know they've won the round regardless. Very well done from Artis there to put 4 on the board. It does feel a little too late, but at the same time, you never know. Again, we've seen stranger things happen. Trowsy swing peeking an AK with a MAC-10 is definitely one of the stranger ones, and coming out on top with not even a single tap of damage. But Nivram's there to answer that call. Takes down 2, that's Trowsy in red. Shot to death as they push through that mid side. Keegan, however, good for the re-peek onto Nivram, and we're now back to a 3v3, level pegging as far as KDs are concerned. Oh, as I say it, Jack Mack kills Keegan off. 2v3. Kaiser goes for the first, gets the first initial, but not enough to get down Jack Mack, and Zyrus has got 1 minute and 5 seconds left to do whatever he wants to do with the bomb. AK in hand, has armor as well also. Slight bit of utility to get himself in towards a site if he wants to push through, but depends on where he's going to go. B would be the opportune moment, right, at this point in time. We can see players rotating around towards A, thinking that it's still going to continue to push that direction. There's no noise made at all as things go deathly quiet as the push into B starts to materialize.
Yeah, and it's just one, but what a crouch swing. Able to take out Jack Mack, but here we go. B player now has to play it around B to clutch this up, gets spotted out, and that is the game. Zerx sealing the deal, 1v2ing it up and making sure that game is going to be EAZ with, of course, it looks like the exact same stats here. Keegan always has the best headshot percentage, and Trowsy with the most multi-kills. It's just consistency here, but we're going to grand finals. We're going to see who's going to be taking it. Best of 3, and that's Popty Ping versus the team of Pirates. So Popty Ping versus Pirates, a lot of PP on the board here.
Indeed there is. We're going to take a very, very quick break once again while we get set up ready for the grand finals. But thank you very much to everyone for sticking with us. Of course, we shall return momentarily, and hopefully we'll have a map pick for you as well, because I have no idea what they're going to pick, to be completely truthful. I'd expect Vertigo to come out of it from both teams. I've seen them both play it quite well. Shuby, Wally, and the guys, they're very known for picking into specifics. So I'd be interested to see if Vertigo gets picked. Overpass, I can also see potentially coming out of there. I have no idea what that deciding map potentially is going to be, though.
Hopefully not Ancient.
Or Anubis.
Or
Please don't
Dust
pick
2.
any of us. But it definitely won't be Dust 2. Trust me. We're going to go to a break. We'll be back with you shortly.
got what it takes. The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, international esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
Hello, ladies and gents. That was a bit of a break.
Just a
Well
little bit.
deserved, obviously, for the pair of us. We've been working extremely hard all day.
Oh
Uh,
no, I'm not just chilling laid back right now watching Pirates absolutely rail these people, but Pirates is doing a great job.
They have been doing a great job indeed. It's been very entertaining to watch them perform. Obviously, a little bit of like not struggle as such, but a little bit of a hiccup or so in the previous map there at Overpass, but nonetheless took it through into the victory in the end, and we now have them going up against Poppy Ping in the grand finals, and we have a map pool as well for you. We have actually have map picks, and we have a confirmation of which maps have been picked by who, which is even better as well. So, just to start us off with, we are going to be switching into Vertigo, a familiar face from today already for the pair of us, thankfully. We then have Poppy Ping, who picked Ancients right after. That's going to be our second map of the day. And finally, we will end up on Overpass if it does go to map 3. Which I mean, if pirates are anything to go by so far, I don't see it going to map 3 personally, but there is still the potential for it to happen, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we also have to take into account that it's going to be a map that they haven't played today. We don't know
Hmm.
how they play on Ancient, and we know that it's the map pick of Poppity Ping. And of
Yeah.
course, with Poppity Ping being the kind of players in the shadow right now, we have no idea what they're really going to be bringing to the table here on Ancient. But anything's really possible. As of right now, we can really just hope that Pirates keeps up the streak that they've been going with, but there's no real guarantees here as we're just going to be jumping into that game, and hopefully the best is to yet to be seen here.
Yep, completely agree with you. I think we're just waiting for some players to ready up in the server, and then we'll be switching into knife round. Kind of interested to see where we stand at the end of knife round. I mean, I'm frantically and scrambling to pull up the stats from Poppy Ping's previous matches, by the way. So this is why you can hear me like clicking away in the background. Poppy Ping got a bye in the last round, and in the first round for today's game, today's games even they beat Diablo 16-4. So not quite as easy as a day as Pirates have had, in the sense of a 16-1 and then straight into the last match of 16-4. But nonetheless, it should be interesting to say the least. Party Ping brings some familiar faces, by the way, from the UK CS scene. You have Shubi, Wally, Zulu, Kian, Isaac, a lot of well-known players in that mix. So it should be most interesting to see how they perform going up against the Pirates.
Yeah, I can't wait to really just get in this game and actually see how maybe the Pirates have to take a step back here. We
Mm.
saw that they performed amazingly, 15 owing it and then losing pistol, the way to really take it back. But of course, these guys, they don't like losing rounds on this map. And if they do win the knife, if they get CT first, with how CT sided this map is, in argument's sake, I really think that they will be able to take this handily. But it's a construction site, so I want to see how they're going to be able to build each other up and work each other around here. As already early on, I mean, just watching how these guys have been duking it out in the death match, we're actually seeing that for the first time today, we have the side of Poppity Ping actually popping off here and shutting down the Pirates in their own spawn. So might be a little hint to things, because usually Pirates pops off in these death matches here.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think the other thing we need to take into consideration as well is that you've had Party Ping have a bit of a break, quite a lengthy break actually, from that 16-4 victory. We're now switching to this map where you have pirates who've been in the fray non-stop, more or less, since the very word go today. So it might be time for them to perhaps dig a bit deeper than what we've seen them dig so far, and try to pull a win out of the bag, even with tired eyes. I say tired eyes because I think for you at the minute it should be mid-afternoon, if I'm not mistaken, time-wise.
It is 10 a.m.
10 a.m. Okay, so for us right now, it's
Whoa.
10 to 4 in the afternoon. So,
They
what?
forfeited knife round by
Okay,
jumping off the map. So, I don't know. Maybe they just want to end
is
this
that confidence from Pirates, maybe, or is that
misplay, confidence. It depends on who you ask at this point.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. They've gone well. I mean, the perfect example of this, they've opted to forfeit that knife round, and actually no, they would forfeit it because it's best of 3. Apologies, it's map pick. So yeah, it's not a mistake. It's genuine. So because it's best of 3, this is Pirates map pick. That would mean that Party Ping goes CT side first.
Gotcha. All right, then let's
My
see
brain
how
didn't
Pirates can do.
function for a second there, not gonna lie to you, but we got there.
I mean, we've been doing so many best of 1 so far today that it kind of just like it didn't click in our heads quite yet, but our brains are now online, and so seems to be around here as they are rushing it down onto the B point. Bomb down as well, but oh my, the CT's starting off strong.
Jeez. Okay, that's a lot of damage dealt by the CTs. Yes, they do lose 2 players. That's Kian and Zulu dropping, but I mean, in replacement of having a round win at a very early start, big momentum building round, it's exactly how you want to lead it in through to the rest. I mean, you've got Zulu there, Kian stacked up at MP9. Shubi didn't really have a massive amount of impact in that last round, so he's also sat at an MP9. But Wally and Isaac can start as they mean to go on with the M4s. A full eco from the Pirates, however. Nothing purchased, nothing gained to nothing lost. That's the best way to put it. Isaac, however, will fall the worst in that pick against Red. And it kind of swings the momentum ever so slightly, but those rifles aren't recoverable just yet.
Yeah, not going to be able to grab them yet, but obviously buying up here, Wally is going to be able to get 1 and help out with the second, but it's up to Zerks, and I love the position that this player is in. They did force up quite a bit with these SMGs, but with how low Wally is, if we can manage to get that 1 pick, but no, the nade slows him down, and Wally with 17 HP remaining will stay standing, and that is going to be second round, and they invested quite a bit of into that round there, especially from Zerks, but they still are going to be able to full buy, so no matter what happens, they're pretty happy about that outcome second round.
I'd be ecstatic with it, to be honest with you. I mean, it's a good stepping stone as we lead into round 3 even. Yes, you're now going to be going up against AKs, but you've built enough of an economy up to replace those MP9s that you had initially, build up into M4s. You've got a FAMAS in play as well. Also, there's still a smattering of utility to kind of ward off any immediate pushes from this A ramp. It's buying time more than anything. It's buying information for the CTs to really use to swing the favor of this map in their direction.
Yeah, and you're gonna have to start swinging something around because so far, taking a lot of damage from Util. We have Keegan already down to 68. Not a whole lot of potential there because that is a quick death in the face of a M4A1S. But Wally from above, he's gonna try to help out, but Zulu only good for 1 with the trade here, not really coming through yet, especially from that beautiful smoke that definitely benefited the T's. But here we go from behind. Zerks is going to get flanked, but managed to take it up. And already the Pirates, they know how to readjust themselves with these new rifles in hand.
Do indeed. So quick adjustment over towards that B side. They do have 1 player that's stacked ready to receive them, that being Shubi. Get the initial pick there onto Zyrex, and Red is able to make some impact elsewhere. Oh, Kaiser catches Shubi on a time in there. That jump slightly misplaced, but Isaac could still pull this off. I mean, yes, the HP doesn't really fall in his favor. He still has 3 players to take down, but 3 players with less than, or just kind of less than half HP. He does have a little bit of utility to work into it. That flashbang could come in handy, especially if he needs to swing peek out. Your main concern pushing into this site is where that rightmost player is going to be. You know, this pillar on the right-hand side is where you'd expect him. He's already cleared it. He's not there. So that Molotov comes in good effect. Get one, but Truzy showing once again that he's a man that's dependable.
Yeah, and you know that's what we need to be seeing, that dependableness really coming up big here for Shubi. But obviously, that round handedly went to the side of the terrorists. They needed that. They have the weapons. They got full util. Everybody seems to be rocking the exact same buy outside of Truzy and Keegan. They are going with double flashbang. No HE for them, but is that HE really going to come in handy? If 5 people got an HE, yeah, you can nuke one guy, but there's no real guarantee, and you need that flashbang to get on site. But Keegan, MAC-10 holder, now least amount of HP, least powerful weapon, has to somehow manage to make this work. And I love this from the CTs. They've been very aggressive so far up in stairs, and taking that zoning and controlling the space is what wins the map of Vertigo. And they're doing exactly what you really need to see.
Good damage dealt out by Isaac there. Helps you to get that initial pick onto Truzy. Or Trouzy, sorry, I should say. I'm always right around you. Red is able to re-peek off it though. That will take Isaac out of the fight. That's a good nade. Doesn't do a massive amount of damage, but still wards off any kind of perspective of a re-peek there from Zulu. Have to think about his position.
Gonna have to think about a lot here if they aren't able to capitalize on that pick getting down. But Zulu, happy that he got Trouzy, not gonna lie. I mean, that is somebody who you don't want to let just walk around the map for free. And nice molly zoning him back, but it's kind of giving him that telegraph. They know that it is going to be a push. The bomb has to go down, but unfortunately, the weapon differential is coming up huge here with Zerx being able to get these picks. Bomb go down, and what a shot, taking out him. And it's just going to be Keon, and now it's Shubi on the flank, needing to clutch this up.
Has to clutch this up. Dire straits essentially for this round as far as party ping are concerned. I mean, Shubi can catch Red here if he's lucky. He'll get one at least anyway. That's Keegan taken down. He swings out to get some shots into Red, but Red's just that little bit quicker on the trigger. You go level pegging. Gotta be quick.
But that's a decent round for them, honestly. Tying it up and still having the money to spare. I mean, this is the round they needed, and I'm surprised that this CT side still can't buy. I thought that their last round was a play to try to get enough for this one, but no, it seems like they put a lot of money down either in armor, util, kits, but regardless, it's not looking too hot. Ian is able to get the trade, but that's perfect. Jump and spray, works with one. Shubi around the corner. Unfortunately, USPS free gun is going to just make yourself free, and that is actually going to be planted over on A site here. But the retake, they do have an AK in hand, so they might be able to make this work.
Yeah, good recovery. Kean's got the right idea there. Get that AK away. Put it back. Got no armor, there's no point in pushing into this. Retain those AKs, bring them into the next round. That's where they can really do a lot of the damage, a lot of the high impact damage that we'd want from them. Too risky to go for anything at this point in time.
Yeah, they're just gonna have to sit back and save it and make sure that they put those guns in the drop bag, keep them fresh for next round.
Oh, Keegan.
Oh, Keegan. That's gotta hurt if you're on the enemy team.
Just when you think that you've retained those AKs, you got them into the next, and that's all she wrote. That hurts. That hurts to watch.
Yeah, not ideal. But even if it's not ideal, they might be able to make something work here moving forward. They, of course, now get a buy. They have a lot of mollies. That is a lot of incendiary grenades to try to keep these guys back. And when it's overpass, or not overpass, when it's vertigo, you want to try to keep that timing going for you. And if they just constantly molly and molly and molly, eventually the push for time might force these players right into your hands.
Quick momentum plays are quite nice from both teams.
Absolutely. And now. I mean, those mollies have still got more to go. They're dropping some down. And wait, looks like Isaac actually got another one back, so they're working their way with it. There's Kaiser. Finally, we see First Blood getting taken down, but there's only a minute on the clock, and they got to make it work here. Zerk, right up in the front of ramp, is going to be able to help out with Drowsy. Clean shot as the smoke clears, and I think this will be still A. Wally, though, crucial in holding this down, spots the head of one, but flies off the map and is going to now become a little bit of pavement paste as Isaac has to clutch this up.
It's not favorable from Isaac as far as position. I mean, you can make it work, especially if he gets time in like that. That's Red and Zyrex taken completely out of that fight, and Eden swings for another. And they make it work somehow. Kaiser in a 1v2. No positional advantage. Two CT players just staring right at him more or less as he comes through that smoke, and we go 3-3.
Yeah,
the first time though. The first time that we've seen a lot of pressure on Pirates to really make big plays, you know, be what we've seen them be so far, and be quite aggressive and using a lot of that map control that they've been awarded, but it just hasn't. It kind of hasn't materialized in that way for them so far.
Yeah, not at all, really. I will also point out, you know, this is their map pick, so the fact that they're getting pushed back so aggressively really just shows how much of a dominant threat this team is. But Kian demonstrating that maybe he's not the threat on this team yet, as Zerx is going to finally get traded out. Wally will take a little bit of damage, but that's ideal. They're getting the picks. They're actually at a life advantage. Now make it a 4 against 2. These Deagles are coming up huge here and mowing down anybody in their way, but it's a default so far. Pick up that bomb, pick a site, and manage to clutch this round. There's a lot of guns for you to pick up here.
Lots of good psychic gameplay, you know, like a little bit of psyops coming in from both teams, more or less. As things get a little bit quiet, they start to heat up, then they immediately fade away, and it's just that constant back and forth that we kind of expected from both these teams. Good kill there from Wally. Oh, Wally.
Oh.
Wally.
I mean, good eco round.
Yeah,
they were able to grab some frags, but Wally, that's wow.
Yeah. That's what you wanted from a B-side player, though, right? Like, you want that person that you can depend on to be, okay, you are caught short here, my friend, but you're gonna need to dig deep and just go for it. You know, swinging out, yes, he's going up against pistols, but you and I both know those Deags do a lot of damage. You know, they're nothing to be sniffed at, in any way, shape, or form. But still makes it work. Puts that extra round on the board. I think this is the first time that we're really seeing Pirates getting pushed to the limit at the moment as well, which is kind of nice to see a different aspect of them at this point, where they're going to have to try and think outside the box to push these angles.
Might be able to think outside the box, but Keegan going right through the smoke, might be able to grab that one pick, but no guarantees here. Is right around the corner is Isaac, who just got off of one pick. He's now trying to get that second, and Will with the blind spray takes out Keegan, who unfortunately just got diffed there. No sound was ever made, and yet something tickled in that brain and said, I gotta get this. But Kian now has to hold B. Can he hold it as good as Wally? Oh, Drowsy though, doesn't help.
It's very much if we can't see the site, neither can you. So, best of luck.
You know, they might need that luck, and they are going to be able to capitalize on it, winning that round. Pretty close though. 4 down, and now 4-4 is the score, and we need to see what they can do. Buys are going to be coming around here for Zerx. He's able to buy one of his teammates, and actually another one of his teammates. He is the cash cow for this players, and I'm hoping that because they are against a team with only USPSs, it's not going to be a complete wipe here, but anything's really possible. We do have Red only rocking a Galil, and this team's still splitting off quite a bit for the default. But, oh, Isaac!
Isaac is just going for 2. That was a nice. Any luck we will. I mean, oh, Isaac. Yeah, I think he outstayed his welcome there at that position, right? I mean, he picks up 2, goes to repeat onto a 3rd, realizes, okay, actually, crap, there's 3 players there in front of me. I've got no way of really fighting all 3 of these. I need to back, but yeah, he's gonna get caught up by a good bit of utility there from Treasure in the end. One punch should go through with no concerns though, and Ian will drop off the map.
I mean, that's a good round here for the T's. They were able to now take it back, but obviously still a safe round coming out from the CTs. And surprise, again, they full saved and they still can't buy. So their economy not looking good. They're going to have to force an eco with the Deagles. And we know what the Deagle can do, especially in the hands of players at this caliber. But at the same time, I really just need to see how they can actually clutch up one. We have yet to see a thrifty-ish eco round really pop off so far by either side. So I'd like to see that coming forward.
Oh. This is what I like about the Pirates so far. Zyrex there, okay, he's a man on his own, essentially pushing up to his B side. He's not there to do anything other than to cause a little bit of chaos in the backlines, right? Gets that initial pick on to Wally, and he's just sat there waiting for more to really re-peek out into him. Oh,
Kian. Kian grabs one. Up the nade, yeeting him off the side of the building, and it's just Kubi trying to do the most amount of damage. Will take a lot of HP out of time, but Trowsy and Keegan are just going to end this round beautifully. And that is the lead. You know, honestly, I don't know if it's a CT-sided map anymore or if it's just a pirate-sided map. They are able to just do what they do best, and that's take sites and make sure that no one can really contest them.
How much more pressure do you need to put on, though? We have an open play now as well, also in the hands of Isaac. We've seen him be spectacular with the Deagle. One-punch weapon could lend favor towards the Poppy Pings.
See this happening. Wally will grab one down, looking for some more. The CTs are doing a decent job. They've managed to gun down a lot of players. Now it's just up to you, and Trowsy is not going to be able to clutch it this time, and that is yet another round that Counter Terrorists needed, but are they going to tie it up to 6-6? This is still a bye coming around for the T's. I want to see an op in the hands of this player Trowsy, but their economy is just not able to support that yet.
I don't think we're going to see one in this first half, to be honest with you, from him. Not this late, at least, anyway. With the way that the economy's worked out for both teams. You know, unless there's something weird that takes place, we do end up getting it in his hands, but I think it's going to be coming from Isaac rather than from his own bank balance, so to speak.
Yeah.
It'd be great if my voice wouldn't go.
It's all good. I mean, if Isaac does drop that gun down, it's not going to be the ideal position to be in, but Shuby, right around the corner. Might be able to grab it. Gonna be pretty hard here.
There's that boost you like.
The boost, yeah, the boosty. Good. Boost up the guy with the AK, and what a shot though! Wally from the site grabs it. That's Trade, and Isaac sitting in the exact position that he loves to be in. Will grab the op down, and this is perfect. Trowsy knows how to counter it, but does not know how to counter an AUG. I remember old days Counter-Strike where if you bought an AUG or an SG, you were not a good person.
Yeah, I mean, little pocket ops. Everyone likes them. Well, certain character and caliber of people like them, at least anyway. Zyrex is eager to get that AK, by the way. Like, it immediately pops that Molotov up to give himself a little bit of opportunity to push up to grab it. But it's to his own demise in the end. Keegan in a 1v3. All rest on his shoulders. He has bomb control, and he also has 20 seconds left on the clock. He is in a very good position to get the bomb planted here, but he needs to make sure he stays this side of the site. should know that Shuby should be coming from this direction. His last kill was over towards mid. There's no noise made from either of the CTs. They start to now ramp up that aggression to push through, get the retake. That is so close as far as timing is concerned. Would have been maybe a pixel worth of distance between the two, but Shuby's good for the stick, and Keegan's happy just to get the bomb plant cash in the bank.
Cash is going to be flowing again, and they needed that. But 6-6 tie, and now CTs have a huge advantage, not only in the money, but also in the weapons they're choosing to bring to the fight. They got a AK from last round. Op in the hands of Isaac has now traveled back into his hands. And talking about Isaac, this guy's popping off 16-9. Seems to be dethroning Trowsy for the guy who likes to really pop off on this map. But obviously, 6-6, anybody's game still possible. Beautiful pop flash. That's one, that's two, that's three, and Kian is making it away with only 2 HP. Here's a nade. Can we see more connection as this game is already just heating up even more round after round?
Such a massive pop flash there. Okay, he's pushing into pistols, but that close range, the Glock, and 3 of you shooting tend to favor the Glock over the M4 anyway. Kian survives with 2 HP but 3 frags to his name, and we're into the last 2 rounds of this first half, and at the minute, again, I feel it's been fairly even placed between the 2 teams. It's just one side pips the other one at the post.
Yeah. Things are definitely heating up here. It comes down to how they're holding those post plants and just really making sure that no one touches the site. And that's why CT, it is a pretty decent start to be on. And that's what they got going on. But we all know how dangerous the CT side was for the side of Pirates before. Anything's really capable here, as this is going to be the second to last round of the half. And if the money is not available, if the T's don't clutch this up, they are going to get about 9-6 here.
Yeah, I mean, 6 rounds going into CT is still good, though. Very, very good. Puts you in a very good position into that second half, especially if you're going to continue that momentum that you built up in the first time watching these guys play this map. You know, it's only gonna pay pay quite handsomely into the bank account, so to speak. I don't mean in the form of price pool. I mean in the form of economy as we lead into the second half. You know, you finish this with, you finish this with 8-7. It's anyone's game as far as the second half is concerned.
Anybody see who's going to be? Looks like we are seeing Kian getting a nice spray yet again with that AK, grabbing out Zerx, grabbing out Keegan. And here's Zulu around the corner trying to find the trades. And there it is. Now all up to Kaiser on that flank. Definitely has enough information, and this, all those eggs in that basket, I think we're seeing a 9-6 half, unless we could see an eco of an eco to clutch it up.
Kian there with a hero play mentality, just staying in that same position. He knows he can't rotate back out of it. It's an all or nothing job. Trying to take as many down as you possibly can, try and prevent and buy time for the rest of your fellow teammates on party ping to rotate and give you a bit of an assistance, either through, you know, that underneath flank or potentially coming from top side. Kian again, just soloing 2 players back to back. He's forced back in towards B side, but he's done the damage. He's already laid out enough of the hurt to prevent anyone else from really making any kind of leeway up towards that side. Isaac, however, converts another one to Keegan. Didn't listen to the brief at least anyway, and continues to push out into the waiting arms of an ult. And that is 9-6. You are correct indeed, sir.
Well, 9-6 to be. Honestly, I think that this is pretty average for what you expect on the map of Vertigo, though. And knowing Pal Pirates plays defense, this is in a world of hate if you are going to be on the attacking side here. They have to manage to push through those choke points, be the best that they can, and I don't know. I'm really unsure if these guys are going to be able to pop off, because Poppity Ping, they popped off a little bit, but off the back of Isaac is really what comes up big here.
I just like the way you say Poppity Ping, to be honest with you.
Poppity Ping?
Poppity Ping. In the half, by the way, while we were waiting, I say the half, in the break between last round and this round, we had a good conversation about that toy that you referenced in the last match that we watched, and I've googled an image of it. I now know exactly what you're on about, so I'm well informed.
Yeah, it's totally ping. It's a poppity ping thing, but look at these things coming up here. Wally doubling it down, and this is going to be an A site retake that is underway. CTs desperately need this, but Wally, it's like he's got walls or something. Isaac is going to be around this corner grabbing Zerx, and it's just going to be Keegan and Kaiser. The 2Ks ready to make this okay for them if they can just find it, but Wally swing and doesn't miss. Where's the last one? Right around the corner. The 360 will not pay off, but they are so aggressive. This time, though, no knife is going to come out pistol round.
Sheesh, indeed.
Sheesh. Sheesh kebab. I just love that
Definitely.
word.
10-6. I mean, okay. From here on in, it is an all or nothing kind of battle, uphill battle for Pirates. They need to put a couple rounds on the board here if they're going to stifle any chance of losing map 1. But I was going to say the artistry of this, but I didn't want to reference our previous game, of course. The art that we see now from Poppy Ping, the way that they're pushing these sites, the way that they're taking these 1v2s, 1v3s, it's layering to the fact that we're going to see this map go in their favor.
Yeah, they want to keep it going, and they're bringing the heat. I can definitely tell that there are a lot of issues moving forward if these defenders can't just pick up the pace here. And obviously moving into Ancient as the next map, you have a lot on the line. It isn't your map pick. You haven't played it yet today, and I almost guarantee that in between the rounds we casted the best of ones on, these guys for the side of Poppity Ping just popped off on a different map indeed and just warmed themselves up. And you could tell that they have either done a lot of aim labs, custom maps, or scrimmed a little bit before this game started, because they seem to be in the zone right now.
Mm-hmm. Do indeed. We do indeed. Just looking at this buy coming in from Poppy Ping as well. Both stack of AKs, lots and lots of utility to help get the site, but they're going up against M4s, but those M4s aren't backed up at the same level of utility. But I need to spend here, and it's going to push all that pressure onto Pirates in this map.
Pressure's
Isaac
cooking.
falling means nothing either, right? I mean, in the grand scheme of things, we still have multiple flashes, multiple utility points that we can throw in towards, a big aggressive push in towards A, which is kind of what we're seeing stacked up at the moment. Wally clearing that corner gives them that little bit of extra room. The only player that's standing by ready to receive anything here is Red, and he's very low HP at the moment, so he's going to have to call for reinforcements pretty quickly if it's going to happen.
Or just gonna be able to grab one, and reinforcements are underway. The nade doing so much damage. And Molly might be able to scare off Red, though. Drowsy now kind of having to hold this alone. Well, his team is going to finally rotate around to him. But I think he might be able to do this. He can't get pushed like that. Zulu double killing it up and grabbing Kaiser and Red at the same time. It's just going to be this player to really seal the deal here. But that bomb, it's ticking. You got to back it away. Hopefully someone goes down to it. But already CT's not looking too hot.
No, definitely not. I mean, you have a defuse kit in the hands of Cyrex, but you've got nothing to get yourself into that site. No utility at all. And I don't think I favour this from Zulu going out and hunting these extra picks. Might convert one. They actually convert none in the end. While he gets a consolidation kill, but
2 HP remaining, though. That was just unlucky.
yeah, I don't favour that. And the reason why I don't favour that is because you're putting an AK up against an M4, but you're also putting your utility, your armour, everything on killing a player that is realistically into the next round only going to be able to pick up armor, and maybe a flashbang and a smoke, nothing more. It's not good It's not good eco play.
Yeah.
Well, if I could speak English, it is my native tongue, right?
I thought you were Welsh.
Yeah, but I speak a little bit of Welsh.
Well, natively. But yeah, anyways.
Yeah.
Shuby grabbing one, grabbing two. Shuby Dooby absolutely popping off here for popping Let's see this happen yet again. Poppity ping going right in, but they're doubling up the score. Shuby punishing Keegan, going for the 180, switching to the Glock, but it looks like the Glock is not going to work. Luckily, Keegan is there for the pick as well. And it's Red. Good luck, Red. Don't become Red. Don't be dead. And you're dead.
Yeah, should be gutsy there on that mid push, right? Like gets a third. He's like, right, I'm committed now. I'm not bothering to reload the AK. Let me switch to this Glock and see if I can do damage with it. Doesn't get a fourth off the back of it, but again, it's the lion's share of the kills getting spread out amongst players that are key components into the way these rounds are ending. You know, they're putting all that pressure onto Pirates. 13-6 is the scoreline. I've said this before and I'll say it again. With good pressure comes some beautiful diamonds, and it may end up being that way for Pirates in the end. We still have 10 rounds left on the board to play through, so plenty of opportunities for them to try and recover this. But this round is a all or nothing round as far as Pirates are concerned.
Yeah, and I think Pirates are going to be a little bit concerned here. Really just be able to clean it up, but it's one down already. Shuby is down for the tease, but how are they going to be able to get onto the site? Looks like Isaac is answering that question by opening it up, taking out Keegan, giving away some information, but kind of faking him out. If Red gets picked off by that op, it is a free A site. That's freeze coming through.
Nah,
yeah, I mean, it's a lot of ammo.
Yeah, I mean, ammo counts for nothing these days. You got a good connection there. You're a hero to your teammates. You got a perfect clip to send amongst your friends on Twitter. Speaking of clips to send amongst your friends on Twitter, Trowsy will be looking for one of them after this. There's 2 quick fire frags there with the AWP. Gets taken out in the end by Zulu, but 2v2, he's helped his teammates get into a good position for this all or nothing round. Red just runs out of ammo at the worst possible second, and it's left to Zyrex and Zulu in a 1v1. 20 seconds left on the clock. This is going to be super tight. Very, very tight to get there in time. 15 seconds now left on the clock. He should make it in. I think he has no time to lose, basically. He can't clear. He can't do anything. He has to get that bomb down immediately and just get into a post plant. He's got time to do that, though, because, I mean, Zyrex isn't aware that this was going to happen. He's still stacked up towards A. Positional play is key here from both players. This is a massive round for both of them. Oh, and Zyrex swings just at the right time as Zulu starts to flip his attention in the opposite direction, and it's a good round for Pirates, but it's a very hard-fought round.
Hard fought, but they needed it. Pirates has a long way to come here if they want to be taking it back, and obviously, you know, so far, Poppity Ping popping off, as I said many times, but the money not looking so great. Defense will not be able to buy exactly what they want. They kind of have to force up 2 MP9s here to make it work for them, but the op in the hands of Isaac yet again might just be that crutch that forces them away.
Yeah, you can see that from Zyrex as well. He's looking for that AWP. You know, he's trying to find it there on mid, and then realizes, like, I don't have enough time to be looking for that gun also defusing. Just gonna have to look to grab an AK out of it, and I'll hand my M4 over to you. Isaac there with the initial pick. That's Keegan taking out the fight. Red now pulled on to alert. That smoke will fade eventually. The MP9 is in a good position to get some frags, but it depends if Wally dead checks it. He doesn't. This is really good from Red. Wally has called this clear, essentially, at this point. Don't do it, Red. Hold your moment. Wait for the right time. Don't need to do it just yet. There it goes. Starts the ball off. Red gets one. He gets swinged out onto Isaac. Isaac takes him down immediately. And all that positional advantage is gone in an instant.
In that instance, though, be able to make something work with them. I like the rotate coming around here, pushing right into Zerx, though. And Zerx is one of those players that does have a rifle, so let's see if he can actually do anything with it. Drone, and there's the push, but Kian using his teammate as a flashbang, grabbing one. Kaiser will not be able to do too much with the MP9, and that bomb is going to get planted over by B, and it's Trowsy to clutch this up, and it is the world on their shoulders, but not a lot of options to really make it work for them.
In another world, Red stays there and he doesn't do anything, right? and he allows the rest of that team to get wrapped up into pushing through. This round goes in their direction, but unfortunately that isn't the case, and you see 14 on the board there for PopTPing. Yeah, it's such a 50-50 moment, right? Like he holds his fire that couple of extra seconds longer. He gives a little bit more room for, you know, Wally to get really committed into that space, calls it clear, gets the rest of his teammates to push through. That MP9 sings out, and it's just a money maker. But it doesn't happen in that fashion, and we're left at 14-7 in the first map.
Made that 14-7. Something definitely can happen moving forward as the double down for the CTs. Nade down, tossing it over. Zulu needs to just get this pick, but do they even know that a 1 HP Keegan is right behind him? If he plays his trigger discipline well, he might be able to just get 1 or 2, and he's not getting checked here quite yet. So, taking that trigger discipline, that's 1, that's 2, with his teammates' help, and there it is. That's what they needed to do. Just take a deep breath and spray.
Okay, so what I mentioned a minute ago about Red holding his fire, Keegan does in the next round. They're definitely not listening to us, right? They can't be, right?
Oh, no. There is
Do we have a spy
Wally.
in the channel?
Wally's deafened in the support channel right now.
No,
I don't think that really impacts too much.
No. We're on a 2-minute delay anyway, so definitely. But at the same time, it's just like, it's one of those moments of everything comes to fruition all at the same time.
You're playing it smart. That's really all that it comes down to. And
yep,
they sure do be playing it intelligently. Here we go. Off in the hands of Shuby, though. Looking for just that opening. Spot a leg or two. Spot maybe just an arm. Do enough damage to scare him off, or maybe even get the pick. Oh, big push. Does not re-peek it. Instead gets gunned down, and Keegan's gonna open it up, grab the op. Oh, it's the ramp. It's gunning him back. It's down 2v5. Just deagles in hand.
massive swing. Could tip the scales as well. I mean, like you look at the economy from PopTPing, right? Like they have no money in the bank. They need frags. They've got 1 out of this fight so far. They need like a two or 3 more picks.
Yeah, they're gonna need a lot, but got no idea.
Well, 2 more picks, and then it makes it more viable into the next round. But put up against a good stack up like this with Kaiser, just happy to re-peek our flashes, then you're not going to get that out of that fight. Okay, economy-wise, they're ruined, right? Like you'd expect now the next 2 rounds to go back to back in favor of Pirates. You know, we get to 14-11, maybe. You know, see if that does anything better for us.
It's a big maybe, though.
It is, but I mean, like you're going up against, you know, 2 P250s, a Tech 9. There's not a lot in it for PopTPing to really commit on to. Plus, when you got utility like that laying out, Jersey's just going ham with the all. Yeah, okay, 10-4, 10-14. I mean, might be good to go here.
Yeah, they're definitely picking up the pace. This could be anybody's game. This best of 3, warming up, cooking up, and it's getting close. But
imagine me giving a prediction correct. It's crazy. Crazy.
Imagine. We couldn't do that. We just can't.
No, it shouldn't happen. I need PopTPing to prove me wrong straight away. I can't be right multiple times in an esports tournament. That's crazy.
It's too good for my ego. Yeah, but let's see if the ego peak is going to work out for Keegan. It is. Grabbing Keegan down. And it looks like it's just Wally who was not able to turn out his teammate. A little bit distracted there, but over on A site, the ramp has been ramping up here with a nice double down by the T's, and they have to now plant the bomb at A. But the first thing they have to find those picks, and Isaac, he's finding them for sure.
Good post-pan position from everyone on PopTPing, by the way. I mean, this is like super deep T-side play, but it's exactly what you kind of want to see from players of this nature. Zulu getting up high relatively quickly. That doesn't bode well for the CT side that are pushing through into him. Zyrex is the man with the plan at the minute as he retake some sort of control from the backside of the bomb. Shubi caught off guard with a flashbang there, doesn't get off the back of the frag. Wally's able to help out and lend some assistance, and 15-10. So I'm wrong, thankfully.
You know, 5-round comeback. They have the money for it.
Yeah.
CT's definitely doing what they can to make sure this gets locked and loaded, but no guarantees here. I want to just point out again, now we're finally seeing the op in the hands of Truzy, though.
Yeah,
and
if
this guy can do what he's been doing with that op in those best of ones, this can go to OT.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah, 100%. It's got the money for it, you know. It's got this. It's got, I say the money for it. It's got the movement for it, at least anyway, to go to OT. See what happens from both sides. I mean, Zulu swing peeking out in towards A ramp like that, not going to bode well for Pirates, but Truzy's able to back things up, stop that aggression. And it's the microaggressions on B that are going to really kill off Pirates, I feel. And Kian clearing out Zyrex with relative ease. Got plenty of teammates to back him up and give some extra support, Isaac being one of them. And it's left to Truzy to do nothing with. 16-10 is the final score from map 1. And it's time for us to head into Ancient.
Yeah, Ancient, definitely going to be a map with some newer strats regardless of the name. And I want to see what these Ancient players can actually do with that new map and throw it in there. Obviously, Wally popped off with MVP. The headshot percentage of Kian was immaculate. Everybody did exactly what you kind of need them to do.
Yeah.
But with that being said, having this little bit of a break time going into their map pick, I think, you know, you might have said it. It might be a 2-0, but not in the team that we really expected to pop off here.
No, definitely not. I think we're going to take a very small break once again, just to get everything set up, ready to go into Ancient. We'll be back with you shortly, and hopefully we'll see a revitalized Pirates taking us into map 2.
Hopefully.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. We're about to step into our second map of this best of three for the grand finals for the Welsh Masters. We have one map already done and dusted, went in favor of Poverty Ping, straight into map 2, which is going to be Ancient. I like Ancient as a map, Edu. I think it's well set out, and it kind of it separates the boys from the men, as far as
Yeah.
playability is concerned, and how well you can kind of interact and react to, very quick fire T sides and very slowed, kind of stable CT sides.
Yeah, and looking at the layout here for Ancient, it's really, you could tell they wanted to bring Aztec back, but Aztec had so many issues, especially around
Hmm.
water. That bridge was not the cleanest, but with now Ancient being what has to pick up the pace of where Aztec left off, you can tell that this map design, it is all about the corridors, all about how
Hmm.
your close quarter gameplay is. So opping, I don't really see it going to be as relevant as we are going to be expecting even shotguns, which rarely get seen in pro play at this tier. But if we could see some shotgun gameplay, holding those tight angles, holding those corners, we might just have a very interesting game. But obviously, game one went to Poppity Ping. They also have picked this map. So anything's really going to be how they open this up. Their T side was immaculate in Vertigo, but Ancient is a different beast.
Yeah, I mean, it really is indeed. I slightly disagree with you as far as the AWP side of things. You can get some very good placements. I mean, as we're obviously looking at the warm up screen, there's a few different positions inside of A that you can really set a good kind of shotgun AWP, like that kind of playability, which we've seen come hand in hand with both Isaac and also Trowsy. So it should be interesting to watch both of them kind of interact with each other on this map. But we are about to step into round one very, very quickly, hopefully. We'll get
Yep,
this
and
underway. Should
here we
be
go.
should be no knife essentially because of the picks again, of course.
I just want to know where they're going to find a place to kill themselves.
I think there'll be a fair set of team damage being laid out to each other. There you go,
Yep.
yeah. They're taking their time.
Yeah, well, oh, it looks like he's
Oh,
going to
there you
do.
go.
I forgot that you could just type kill in the console.
Yes,
Which,
you can.
so why didn't they just all type kill in the console? They wanted to stab each other, huh?
So I spoke to a player a while back about this because I actually wanted to know myself as well, and this was going back quite a while ago now, so it may have changed since. But most teams will not do killing console; they will prefer to knife each other because it gives them that little bit of extra time to talk about what they're going to be doing. It's he said it to me and he likened it to a little bit of extra time out basically. It's their extra time to get things set up ready for the map ahead. Confirm or recheck essentially positions of players and where they expect players to push from, discuss tactics, stuff like that. Speaking of tactics, however, the dualies do ring out. Kaiser gets one, Red is able to pick up another, but they're quickly converted off the back of that, and it's all pirates at the minute on the Aztec map.
Yeah, Ancient looking pretty solid here, and obviously what I gotta hand it to him is the fact that those dualies actually came up pretty big. They needed that round. They don't want this to end with a 2-0 stomp. There is money on the line, so at the end of the day, you have that dangling in front of your face. You gotta have to. It's the carrot on the stick for these guys to really push them forward. So let's see it. Wally right around the corner will not be able to connect it with the scout, and fortunately for Zulu, it is just going to be a shredding happening here, and the blender is mixing them up.
All the mollies that are already going on out here, it's definitely heating up in Central America as things start to get a little bit spicy for the T side. Poverty Ping having to back off from ground they've recovered and I kind of allowing, look at this. Okay, this is what I was on about with the aggressiveness of CT side and the aggressiveness of T side and how they play against each other and play off each other. The amount of room that the CTs have taken towards that mid and also B, practically in T-spawn. They're pushing all the way out and really overextending that reach. It's strangling from a T-side team perspective because you don't have any room to maneuver around that hyper aggressive CT side. You should see Red start to wrap around the backside now. Yeah, there you go. It already begins, but it's going to be too late. Keegan and Trowsy finish off that push in towards the A site. A C site, it's actually referred to as plazas for this map, by the way. I should probably add that in. A little bit of a tidbit for you. If you're playing this map and you walk up to either the A or B site sign, they say plaza on them, not bomb.
That's
I think it's one of the few maps that doesn't have bomb A, bomb B written on it.
I'm gonna still call it bomb.
Yeah, 100%.
Sure. But what about that? Getting all those picks down. Looks like they did they kill it themselves or no? It was the flashbang that really just came up big, shooting right around the corner. Can't get one, and that is yet another round done. And it's an ace, actually.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Guess 2 with the molly, 3 with the MP9. It's good money build up, by the way. Very good money build up for him. Yeah, immediately switches to the AWP as well. And he still has plenty of money in the background there. Actually, I don't think he bought the AWP. I think someone else bought it for him, and he's just dropped his MP9 over to Red. So that's good economy facing forward into the rest of this map as well, also for them.
And they're gonna have to figure this out here, moving in. All the positioning. Can they keep it up? And there's the spray. 6. Driving one down, looking for another. Keegan's gonna help him out, but wow, that square not looking too hot. Wally trying to clean it up, do the best that they can, but no real issue so far for the CTs, except for Isaac grabbing Kaiser in B site, opening up his legs and just having to now walk on in there. Red still having to anchor it down on that bonus weapon of the MP9 to make it work for him. But again, these T's, they have to take it slow. They can't risk losing any more guns. You know, 2's the max that you can really afford.
This early in the game, yeah, 100%. Like there's no economy build up from this round unless they get 2 extra picks and they get bomb plant. You know, they wipe CTs even better. But we can already see from the CT's economy that they can afford to buy into the next round regardless. So should see a bit more of a risky gameplay coming from CTs. This being Pirates.
Oh,
good kill.
About a little bit, but the
that
early
molly,
that's gonna come up big, and that is where a lot of the funds got expended here. But Trowsy, so much money, definitely gonna be able to keep this going. But honestly, I'm surprised that we're seeing such a weak play so far from the T's. Poppity Ping, they opened up last map quite strong. This is their map pick, and it's just not really kind of inching their way together. But anything's possible. They still have to manage to get past Trowsy's op and his insane economy that will be able to pretty much purchase anybody who goes down. And with this being the buy round for the T's, Poppity Ping has to really get these picks as soon as possible.
Just want to highlight game sense there from Trowsy in that last round. He swings out, gets the pick onto one, knows there has to be a player close right, pops that Molotov in, causes a perfect distraction there for Zyrex, who's able to finish off that frag before it even becomes too much of an issue and concern. It's very, very well played, well thought out from the CTs so far. Zyrex there will pick up 3 for his troubles, taking down Zulu. Isaac, Wally, and he goes for a 4th. Shubi also drop in there. His back is turned, however, but Trowsy's there to protect him, and we'll finish off Kian. That's another quick fire round coming in from the Pirates, and they're just laying all that aggression out on the table.
Yeah, that aggression is going to be pretty hot here, but I'm looking over, and honestly, it's not looking great. Poppity Ping has to pick it up, but these Pirates are back in the boat and steering their way towards all of the seas of money that they can win by just taking the Welsh Esports Masters here. Look at that, Zerk's gun down. They're holding W, holding M1 like a Team Fortress 2 Pyro days, and it's working out for them as Zulu is going to grab Keegan after the trade. And this is a free A site with a retake. Going to be all about how Trowsy can hit these obstacles. Kaiser and Red able to clean it up at the end, but looks like Kaiser is going to be first to go down for the retake. Oh, double down. It's just going to be Shubi to try to clutch this up. 1v2, not the greatest gun, but if he just knows where to find that one, he's looking on the ground, finds it. 10 bullets only though, and reloading gives away that position for a rush.
He knows. Shuby knows, but it's not enough. Knowing is just not enough, unfortunately. You've got two players there to contend with, and both set in very good position to stop that from going any further.
Yeah, great positioning here from these players, and hopefully they're going to be able to bring it back, as obviously Poppy Ping, that was an eco round. They brought it down, 3 kills on the board, will finally get shut down, but here we do have, again, full buys, and it's another mid rush. They enjoy mid a lot for a team that's down 6 rounds, so see how they're going to actually be able to play it around. He's progressing up, will get gunned down by Zulu, and Shubi is going to also grab Zik there, and Zerix is just not being able to connect them.
I'm going to say it now, and I this is way too early to be saying this, but if this goes to map 3 on Overpass, it's going to be incredible. I'm just saying it now. The way that both these teams have played against each other so far in map 1, you know, you then mix in Overpass into the fray as well. Also, Pirates have just been steamrolling so far as this map, as we begin this map. Going into map 3 would be absolute chaos for both, I feel.
Yeah, and it's pretty chaotic already. So having that map 3, definitely going to see what's going to happen next. But that is a round of the ages. Wally gunning him down, just going to be Trowsy, most likely saving here with this op. No real chance at trying to get that pick, but will actually get spotted out, and a little bit of a pre-fire there going on. So I don't know. Still can be anybody's game, but so far we're finally seeing Poppy Ping actually turn on their brainstem here. Let's see if it's going to be consistently on, or was this just a 1 in 6 fluke?
I don't think Travis is going to get anything from this anyway. There's no exit frags from me to go for. The closest player is Isaac, and he's not really up to much as of yet. He's not eager to push into any trouble. Kian falls to the bomb in the end, but 6-1 on the scoreboard. It's not a huge concern, but at the same time, again, we've seen what happens when you let teams build momentum up. Good economy from Pirates. The economy is starting to flourish a little bit more over on the Poppy Ping side of things.
Yeah, Poppy Ping knows what they're doing. They're locking this down, keeping what they can. But there's Trozy grabbing one right off the gate. Beautiful spray. Not beautiful spray, beautiful pick. But speaking of beautiful spray, neither of these players know how to hit their shots. And luckily, Isaac is going to walk away with 10 HP. And here he goes. 3 down. And now it's all up to Isaac. Beautiful. And there. Could clutch it. 10 HP. 27 bullets. 1 dream.
He has utility to make this work, but Shuby dying in the position that he did, bombs being dropped in such an awkward place that there's no point in going for it. You expect Isaac here to just sit back and kind of find a good position that he can lock down for a minute and just hold off, keep holding and keep holding, but Fangs are out, and Pirates do not want him to finish off with that AK. Kai's in a good position to get the pop, and he does pop the head off indeed. 7-1 is your scoreline as we get towards the dying stages of the first half of map 2. So far, everything's looking pretty good as far as Pirates are concerned.
Yeah, they're happy to be here, really. You could tell that maybe the first game was a little bit of fatigue moving into it.
Yeah.
But with that fatigue, you have them popping off, and it's working out for them. So anything here can just really lock this in. However, these guys have to just take this out pretty cleanly, if possible. No guarantee, though.
I agree, though. I mean, I do feel like fatigue is definitely played a part in that first map, especially the beginning, the first half of the first map. It's had a layered impact into it. We saw them wake up a little bit towards the end of the first half, and into the second half, kind of come out a little bit more with a bit more fighting style between the two of them. But this map, at least, anyway, they're fully awake, they're switched on, they know what they're doing, they know their positions, they've got good angles set up, ready to take on fights like that one there against Isaac. Ooh. Oh. I was about to say, and they're really dependent on each other, but Keegan is still playing solo, essentially, in a 1v5. Still has 4 teammates up, but still 1v5.
Yeah, speaking of with the op in the hands of Trowsy. Not able to connect the shot this time. There's someone right around the corner. Knife out. We'll have to plant that bomb. That's a nice angle to look at it, but what a shot! Trowsy! That's what you need to see. Trowsy got this. Kian has to play the play perfectly, but he can't. And that is another round down. This team is back online.
Matt Trowsy's just nuts with the AWP. Like, there's no stopping him when he's in a position like that. 13-0, by the way, as well. I should probably add that on top. Man's been on fire. He's just been continuously consistent throughout the entirety of the 4 maps that we've now watched him on, more or less. You know, from the get-go, the very beginning today, right way through now into the finals, he is just not let up, and he's not allowed the pressure to kind of get to him when he's in those positions where he has to turn into, you know, the little shotgun off that he's become.
Shock and awe, more like shock and op. They are absolutely crucial with it in his hands, and Trowsy needs that indeed. But we got another round coming around here with both teams being able to full buy. It's a pretty close neck and neck as to what can happen next. But B site, I love that positioning from them. Could be good enough. I love also Trowsy. You know, you talked a little bit about the op coming up big, but in this player's hands, I don't care if it is the closest range map. It could be Office, and you'll be popping off with the op. So anything is happening here, but the double kill is down. Red and Kaiser are gone. And speaking about that close range op, very aggressive push up, farther up than anybody else, even with rifles in hand. And it pays off. Grabbing one. Wally's going to be able to get the trade and getting traded off. Now 2v3. And there it is, making it just up to Zerx. And it's Zulu being the king of this jungle. Beautiful clutch here. And honestly, needs to see that yet again.
Hello, everyone.
It's underway. Welcome back. Welcome back. A little bit of an audio trouble there, but that's not our fault. It's my dog ran over my car.
Yeah, my dog ate my headset.
Yeah. Oh, but Zulu eating the head of Red. Just going to be a nice push. Running around, check your corners, and they do. Zulu will be able to get Kaiser down. And this is yet another B point that is desperately needed here. 9 HP, Trowsy blind and somehow managed to stay alive because of very bad timing on the T. From behind, it's the flank, it's Wally. And it's all up to Keegan.
I mentioned this earlier on, Keegan in a 1v5 constantly. Now actually in a 1v5 as well. Not going to go for it. Yeah, wouldn't expect him to. Really wouldn't expect him to. I mean, there's no need for him to. It's just too much of a risk.
There we go. Too much of a risk, but it pays off. Holding it down, Wally is going to be able to grab one, and you know, risk versus reward. Being aggressive, knowing that he is going to get rushed here, has to just hold very close and make sure that it works, and it does. Zulu now down, going again, checking behind, but the flick of the red and Shuby is going to gun him down. And this is yet another round for Tees. Beauty is incarnate here as they needed these. And now, if they can get this round as many as possible and keep this streak going, they might be able to bring it back on the defense and actually steal out this game.
OptiPing put it on 900 watts, setting it for 2 minutes, and letting it cook. Such a terrible microwave reference, I apologize. Actually, no.
Greatest we've seen today. Shuby, King, Kian, everybody down with these sprays. That's what you need to be seeing. And it's just Keegan. Try to clutch it this time, buddy. Looks like he can't. Isaac is going to be able to get that pick. And there's yet another round that was desperately needed here for him.
I was going to say they should be able to get the bomb planted as well off the back of that. And they do. Bit of extra cash in the bank balance, as they say.
Need that cash. Need to put that money in reserves here. You know, not too many rounds remaining in the half, though. We're at round 13. Just got 2 left, if best. But Keegan, very aggressive with the team. And Wally will grab one, looking for another, grabs it, dies to the nade, but from the top, it's going to be Zulu dropping Keegan down. And this is beauty, as long as Red can manage to maybe make it even for them, tie it up 2-2. But still, the momentum is on their feet. These Heelys got wheels, and they are doing a wheelie onto B site as they are ready to run it down really quick here. But anything's possible. Kaiser sitting in the left side, one sitting in secret. Anything's here as Red grabs another, and this is all or nothing for this round. Molly will try to get them onto bomb, but nope, it's just going to be immediately dispersed by the smoke. Great use of util, but can they do it again?
Gotta wait for these T players to make mistakes. That's exactly what Kaiser was waiting for, but Isaac managed to get an angle onto him. Utility or not, doesn't really matter. Shuby's happy to take that 1v1 fight. Knock Red out of the position, and away she goes. I think this is the the devil's advocate moment, right? That we've been waiting for. If they can continue to build up this team and continue to build and build and build, the second half should, in theory, go relatively quickly for Property Ping. 8-5 is the scoreline in the minute. Yes, this is a CT side win as far as the first half is concerned, but you're knocking round after round into a CT side that's already championing themselves into that first half, then it's going to get very difficult for you when you switch over to that T side. Keegan there often not to repeat. Doesn't matter though. Isaac's quick on the draw. The USP takes him down out of that fight immediately. There are some weapons in play here. We have an M4 and an AK in the hands of Kaiser and Truzy respectively, but bomb is over towards the B side. Isaac, is he going to be able to get the plant off in time? That is the big question of the day.
We'll be able to plant it down.
Nice.
What a shot. I like the flank here from Truzy, though.
Yeah, it's big. Because, I mean, if he catches that player off guard that's deep, that'd be an Isaac. It's not Isaac, sorry, Wally, then it could go huge. Trouzy will pick up Isaac. Oh, Wally's in a good position to stop that from happening, and he should be able to recover the ult. Oh, he isn't. Okay, well, I mean, not that there's any issue because the money's there for them to buy regardless, but it would have been nice to finish that round off without having to purchase up. Then again, we are on the last round of the half, so it doesn't matter either way.
Yeah, this does not quite matter. Last round of the half. Looking at this map, we have seen a decent amount of gameplay from both sides. The game sense is definitely leaning into it, but with that pick, you can tell that the CTs have a slight advantage in how you gotta have the bomb come to you. You have the high ground, but at the same time, the way that these Ts have been playing has been taking it back 1 inch at a time, 1 foot from the other, stepping their way through it, and that is one. Zulu grabbing Trouzy, big player to not have to worry about in 3v2. Let's see if they can just get this down.
Oh. I love those camera switches just as you're there, like shots fly over the top of them. Just in time. Red will swing peek out into Kian. This 2v2 now, but Red's taking a lot of damage from that peek. Nate should even things out nicely. The Molotov is taken away off the back of it also, but Kaiser's good for one onto Zulu. Shuby falls, and it's 9-6 as the half finishes.
Wow. And honestly, Red, I don't even know. Did he spot the gun in the corner? How did he just manage to read that so cleanly? And obviously, asking how, I'm also going to ask, how does Kian only have 1 kill?
I have no idea. We don't ask questions, we just watch the game. But our responsibility, and this is my favorite line of all lines, by the way, I just turn up with a microphone and talk into it, is the way I look at things. When it comes to CS, I mean, game sense wise, he knows that player's it has to be in the corner. He has no option to swing around towards CT spawn, so there's only realistically 1 or 2 places he could be. He could be left side of the box, which puts him in danger from CT spawn, or he could be right side in the corner waiting for someone to peek through that smoke and get punished for it. So I think it's more of a perspective spray into the smoke to see if he can get something, and it just falls in his favor there. That Molotov, however, for Kian should kill him off eventually, but gets one to add to his other kill so far in this half.
What a shot.
The
They tried
heck?
jumping away. I mean,
Yeah,
Zulu needed that, but somehow these
quick fire
CTs,
pistols.
I just love what we're watching.
Yeah,
It's a comeback that they desperately needed, especially since, they don't want to have to go to game 3. Obviously, no one wants to do game 3
No.
after winning the first one. You got to just make it easy for yourself, to buy the most amount of time, and they're doing a clean job. But I'm looking at how these guys are really popping off, and at the end of the day, they are trying their best, but maybe their best isn't good enough when you're facing off against such strong teams here. Both sides can be the same, for that being said.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, flip the reversal, right? Like, Party Ping had a break before that last map that the first map of this best of 3. If we had a role reversal and it was Pirates that had the buy and they were able to take a break, would be in a different position? Possibly, but do you think going to map 3 is warranted from both teams? They played exceptionally well, the pair of them have, but whether or not Pirates have it in them basically to make it go the distance, that is the big question of the day. Pistol round loss, straight into another one, an immediate loss back to back, but that means now we can start buying up weapons and we can start really digging into the purchases and seeing what they've got in store for us on this T side. Popty Ping with a very stable kind of buy as far as third round is now concerned. Still with the MP9s, we do have a FAMAS and playing an M4 as well also, but the utility is what's important here for both DT and T. There's enough there to warrant swing peaks like that, but Trowsy is more than happy and eager for you to be walking gutsy into his AK.
Yeah. Pretty gutsy here, but it's Shuby who has to be the gutsier play, and maybe with the MP9 he's able to shred the guts of Zerx, and Zerx, he can't do too much.
This is, by the way. I mean, he hasn't gone for any weapons, meaning there's no weapon drop noise behind that player. Thinks he's free and easy to get into sight. Good smoke. Oh, Trousy's quick.
Yeah, and I love that flank develop there, but obviously double digits on the board. 11 rounds to go if we want to go into overtime, but no matter what, 6 rounds for terrorists to take this game, 8 rounds for counter terrorists. They're gonna have to double their efforts if they want to double this game and win on a 2-0. But it's a best of 3, so really I just don't want them to over fatigue themselves, because even though esports isn't technically your traditional sport, it definitely weighs not only on the mental,
it takes
but
that
also on the it does. It will burn through you. When I had to cast an octuple overtime, really the only thing that ended that game was the little mistakes became the common mistakes, and with Zerx getting those picks like that, we might just see that happen early on here.
It does take it out. It takes it as a commentator, but as a player, I mean, like, best of 3s are long. I've played PUBG Esports for quite some time, and we used to do best of 5s, and you imagine a PUBG game can take anywhere up to like 45 minutes to an hour to finish one. Best of 5 maps, playing 2 maps back to back is horrific. It really does take it out of you in the end.
Wow.
Good kills though from Trowsy there to finish that round off. We go into round 20 with Pirates feeling a little bit more argumentative, would you say? Okay, that was bad. Yeah.
It's fine. I mean, they are being a little argumentative, but they need to manage to get those picks if possible. These Pirates are not looking too good, and hopefully they can get some vitamin C, but unfortunately there's only A and B site to take here.
I feel like I felt a disturbance in the force where the producer was hovering his mic over my mic, hovering his finger over the mute button for my microphone for a second. But it's gonna happen at some point. Keegan, however, and Trowsy just making short work of that CT push through mid. Wally's last man standing, no more standing. Trowsy puts him in the ground.
In the ground, 6 feet under, but also nearly 6 rounds under, as terrorists are really just bringing this game and the deficit between these two teams to light. This is the map pick of Poppity Ping, and I gotta hand it to Poppity Ping. You managed to pick the map that you weren't good on, but let's see if they're going to be able to turn that around for them. They've been doing a decent job with the comeback, so maybe they just have to give a little to get a lot. I just hope that turns on soon, because it's round 21 and anything is around the corner with 4 rounds if terrorists just keep this kind of momentum.
You almost feel the pressure that both these teams are under. Should be spider sense the tingling. You got those smokes that are still popping off, but it's a fake. Yeah, it is. I mean, Wally's pushed all the way through to Donut. I think that's Wally. I can't quite make up the number. Maybe, yeah, it is Wally. He's pushed all the way through to Donut. So he should have a bit more information to work with here. And he can also rotate into mid to prevent too much of a damage and push from both these teams. Trowsy, however, lays a little bit of team damage out, but nonetheless, finishes off the kill onto Isaacs. It's now very, very quietly. Okay, we have Donut being backed up and double stacked here. This mid push could come through. It does in the end. Kaiser gets down Kian, but Shubi is able to drop the bomb carrier. Trowsy, last man standing from that mid switch. But Shubi is being hunted from 3 different angles at the minute. He takes a lot of damage there from Red, and bomb is recovered, but they walk into Zulu's waiting arms, and that's 9 rounds on the board there for you. That is a very, very pendulum round, I would consider, essentially, from Pofty Ping, swinging that difference in their favor.
Yeah, they're definitely swinging it around. I need to see what else they can really do. I gotta hand it to them, though. These T's on the Poppity Pink side, or CTs on the Poppity Pink side, they have been investing a lot of not only weapons into winning their rounds, but also the life that they bring to the table. So it's pretty expensive. You can't really risk that expensiveness, but with double kills like that, you definitely get a little bit return on your investment. That ROI, eye to eye, Zulu and Kaiser getting the gun down, and only one can left stand. Shubi has been pushing up in the smoke, needs to clear here. You want to actually get that bomb position where you need it.
Kian falls off the worst in that situation, and that flashbang doesn't do anything to help him either. Caught short in a bad position there, unfortunately, and with 9 HP left on, you kind of have to pray that one of your teammates is nearby to give you that little bit of extra support. Cyrix finishes him off and goes quiet again, but Isaac is in a very good position, waiting to ping and pounce, but gets caught in a timing. He switches around to see if anyone's creeping up behind him, and Zyrex is able to put a couple of shots into his back to finish him off.
Might not have the timing here, though. 40 seconds on the clock, have to still get the bomb, push B site. There's no time to get A at this position that they're going through, unless they're running it down, which unfortunately that gives too much info.
It does, yeah.
Sometimes a running gun might be the play, but maybe not today.
No, I mean, you've got 2 very strong players up on B site as well. You have Zulu, who's, okay, less than half HP, but you also have then Wally, who's stacked back up on the right-hand side of site. He's going to be the first man to really lay into that damage as soon as they pop into site control. Should pick up Nell. Ooh, first damage and hits go out. That does fall in the favor of Pirates. Wally's in a safe position to plant bomb and will finish that. Sorry, Keegan is in a safe position to plant bomb, I should say. Shubi is creeping through the back lines. That is Zulu taking down Zyrex. Keegan, last man standing now in a 1v2. Not a lot of HP to work with, but Shubi reduces that to 0 very, very quickly. And the microwave boys are stepping ahead.
That's clean. That's necessary. But look at this. We got Zulu able to not only defuse the bomb, but that triple kill. The double coming up right at the start of that round. You can tell these guys are back in the zone that they need to be. Money, CTs, where's it at? Looks like it's enough to full buy, but the T's, what a weird buy. You got AKs, Mac 10s.
Yeah.
But what is happening right now?
I'm not sure why they bought around the AK. I'll be completely truthful with you. I can see the utility-ness, the need for the utility, right? Like, that's a good idea. Give yourself a little bit of an advantage in an eco round to push into a site to take it in some fashion, but I'm not sure about the AK. Kian, however, is going to start things off here, trying to defend the site, but Shubi, Isaac, and everyone else from the CT side have started to already sing their praises straight through into control. Keegan, last man standing in 1v3. He's going to get taken out. It's just a matter of time, I feel, but he gets close to it. Wally, last man standing there, 80 HP. 1 or 2 more taps from that Tech 9, and that would have shifted in the complete opposite direction there.
Yeah, shifted and absolutely sifted through the mess there to grab whatever guns you can to walk away. But I still strange buys, and I think we're gonna see it again.
Yeah,
A very
we are.
similar strange buy with double Mac 10, Tech 9, and double AK. And you compare that to what the counter terrorists have. If this T side does not fix their economy and fix how they're buying around each other, this game will go back in the hands of the side of Poppity Ping. But I'm just stressed for them.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the buys are there because they're trying to break the eco of Party Ping, but you're so playing a really like dangerous game, right? Like doing something like that. King Zulu, however, just punishes the entirety of that T-side line. Shuby's there to help things out with the final frag onto Truzy, and Keegan again stuck in the same position he's always been in, a 1v4, and it's just not. There's not a lot of room for him to maneuver off onto this.
Yeah, no room. We've seen Kingo, we've seen this player try their best to work it around, but... And there's Keegan, getting Keegan with this player Shuby, and that's tied 12-12. They had such a fat lead, 4-round lead, lost it, and if I see another AK being bought with Tech 9s and Mac 10s on your side...
If I do, that's it, I'm done. I'm finished for the day.
No.
Like, it happens. What?
What are you doing?
I don't get it. It doesn't make any sense. I mean, Keegan's buying deep into an AK. It puts his team on such a bad position to try and recover this second half. There's a Galil in the mix now as well. Zyrex picks up one of those, but it's about committing it to a site control. Kaiser gets taken out, Zyrex gets taken out, Keegan's
Nice
dropped as
buy.
well. I mean, it doesn't make any sense to me. I might be missing something here, like, but...
Hey, sometimes you want to just throw a game. Let's check if they have any bets going on one of their shady websites.
I buy power? Question mark?
I buy power? Question mark? Am I about to get a really nice sticker? Is it about to jump in price?
I mean, I might be missing something here, but it doesn't bode well if that's your answer to trying to break an eco, is to buy deep into 3 rounds with no real game plan. I mean, it's just throwing yourself into a CT line that is already well set out and well defended, and has the utility to kind of ward you off having to to fade away essentially at that point. I don't know. Zulu, however, as an answer for Keegan, takes him down with the first pick of this round into round 26. Trozy elsewhere, however, evens things out. He takes down Shuby. This is now A site completely open. Bomb's already in position to push for it. Kian swings in, but Trozy's got an answer for that as well. Puts the team at his shoulders, sort of, but accidentally drops them off. Isaac now is answering back also with his ult. Everything's popping off with big greens all over the place. And it's a 2v1. Bomb is nowhere to be seen for Zyrex at this moment in time, but it's all the information gained for Wally and Zulu to work off.
All the info, not a lot of time. 45 seconds on the clock. They might be able to just inch their way slowly. Maybe wait out if someone wants to rotate towards B, but I like this play. Disregarding the bomb, instead being aggressive, trying to see if anybody's going to peek him, and it works out. Zulu now down. That's the top frag out of the map, and it's just Wally versus Zerix. But can he actually find the pick? Using the util will toss away his information. And from behind, it's Wally gunning him down, 2 away from taking this game. But I gotta say, Zulu here, 35-18. The back is on, and they're ready to clutch this up. Truzy, the only one really trying to match him with that 30 bomb of himself. But again, Zulu with the multi-kills has been coming up big.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, guy's min-maxed, he's min-maxed his playstyle as far as this map is concerned. He did quite well in Vertigo, but it just feels like he's done just that little bit more. He's had that little bit more of a competitive edge into this map. He's everywhere all the time, picking up those frags, holding the slack up, making sure his team are in the best possible position. Shuby with the AUG, however, takes down 2. That's Chaozy and Kaiser. That's 2 big rifles taking out the fight. Wally picks off Keegan elsewhere, and Zyrex does something to help out with taking Shuby down, but at the minute, this is just all in the direction of Poppy Ping.
Yeah, they have.
Don't forget.
This game back. What am I forgetting?
I was going to say, don't forget, this is it. I mean, realistically speaking, unless Red can put one on the board here and buy a little bit of extra time, we could be looking at match point coming up after this round.
Oh, but the corner peeking it constantly at the same angle. Zulu is going to be the guy to not lose those fights. And Isaac with the op, Zulu with the M4. This is just where you need to be. And I'm looking at the buys.
It's just not. There's nothing left
They
in
have
that.
to force now, but the fact that they did this so many rounds in a row, 4 rounds in a row that completely crippled their economy. Something's just not working the same way that you expect from the team of Pirates.
There's nothing left for them in this one. And it feels that way with the way that those last couple of rounds went as far as buys, you know. They were just throwing everything at Popty Ping. You know, trying to recover as much as they could out of the deficit that they were slowly getting crapped up on. 15-12 is the scoreline. This is match point and series point. It's currently falling heavily in favor of Poppy Ping. Kian's in a good position there, but Shrewsbury's just that little bit quicker on the draw. Starts to help edge the bets towards Pirates attempting to recover this round. A lot of noise made by Kaiser. Wally's quick on the draw on that one also. It's 3v4, but still it's feeling more and more like a Poppy Ping win here, unless something really drastic changes. Do you have another AK recovered though? So that does help in the favor of the T side, but it's positional advantage, and Wally has it there against Red.
Are going to be able to take out Red, but positional advantage. I think Xerix, if he doesn't get spotted out, that gun's sticking out of the corner, he might be able to actually take out Wally, who is incredibly low, but this is all B or all nothing. They're just gunning it through, running what they can.
At what point does Shuby realize that it's not coming his direction? He's quite a distance away, so he's not going to be able to help with the retake anytime soon, but it should be starting now. Yeah, utility's starting to get laid out. You can see him starting to make his way back towards the A side. He's rushing now to get himself into a position where he can provide support to his teammates, but it's going to be too little too late, I feel. There's a lot of low HPs there, playing that back wall. Now no HP in the hands of Zulu. Wally's able to convert one, however, sticking on that 16 HP, but that grenade, should have killed him, but didn't.
Wow. 2v2 through the smoke, lots of damage, somehow still standing, and gets it. Wally out of ammo, out of time, has to go for the stick, smoking off his teammate. This might just be the end of it, and it is.
Big win.
Huge win coming around there, and obviously that's the end of the best of 3 as well. Clean as ever.
Massive win. I mean, that is like, if you want to go for style points, that's exactly how you want to win that grand final best of 3, right? You're in such a terrible position. You've got 3 players that are less than half HP. You got, Shuby, who's the 3rd player, who's the far end of the site, the furthest away possible, but they still somehow make it work. Wally was 16 HP as that fight begins, gets himself into the site, and just sticks it immediately, like instinctively, doesn't worry about the fact that his corners aren't covered. Shuby's there to do all that for him at the end of the day, and Shuby drops that smoke grenade down, gets immediately into a good cover position, and just lays down and waits for everything to materialize in front of him. Very, very well played indeed, coming from the Popty Ping boys. Micro Ave or Micro Don, whichever way you want to prefer it, but just perfectly played.
Yeah, perfectly played. Obviously, rough at the start. They had some issues with them, but Pirates, I really just think their ship sailed and it sank halfway to victory there. They managed to have a great maiden voyage at the start, taking out all of those best of ones beautifully, but just something about the team of Poppity Ping just put a fork in it, and they just pushed them back. But obviously good games regardless. Second place still gets a little bit of prize, and everybody still walks away with a decent sense of accomplishment here.
Definitely, everyone is happy. Welsh Masters is something I hold quite close to my heart. It's one of my favorite things to do out of my ever increasing yearly schedule. It feels, and yeah, I'll always be a firm supporter of it, because it brings people together like this, where we have a lot of Welsh talent on show, and we get a lot of the rest of the UKCS talent on show as well for people to watch. That will be it from us. However, Edu, thank you very much for jumping in today, mate. Our first time working together, and hopefully not our last, of course.
Oh, of course. This has been an absolute blast. Sorry, I'm not your duo, but I know that we have watched a lot of duels. We've seen everything we need to see. And It's been a blast casting with you, for
You
sure.
know what? I'm going to join you on a Valorant cast at some point. How's that sound?
Oh, absolutely. I'll see you at VCT. How about that?
Oh yeah, that's perfect. Get a good word in,
Of
You
course.
guys in chat, however, thank you very much for sticking with us for the entirety of this afternoon. If you want to know more from EsportsWales, you can go to the EsportsWales Twitter page. You can also click on the links below. There's boxes there. Click on links. Do the clicky thing to get the thing to load up with the thing on it. You know what
Yep.
I'm on about. If you want to know more about myself and Edu, you can see our at Twitter ats underneath our names. I'm at ReaperSteve1. Edu's at Educationer, which I didn't murderize, thankfully. Thank you once again also to the production guys as well. We have Arch Rhythm on production, and we also have Corbin as our observer for today. So much appreciated, and we'll see you all on the next one.